You nerds didn't see anything. And good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? I am most certainly not offline, but I forget that my offline and online screens are essentially the same. So I forget to change them. You're sick? Sick of what? Entertain you? Wow. The audacity. Fortuitously for you, that is what I intend to do. Good evening, Jolly. I intend to be the most entertaining. Wow. You would talk to your esteemed Brother-Chaplain that way? That's a really high quality emote blown up to that size. Fine, dance, Brother-Chaplain, dance. Wow. Absolutely heretical. We'll see how you like spending several weeks in an ISO cube. It is rude. I haven't done anything. I haven't done nothing to nobody. Bad game struggling to launch? No. Just loading. You know, games are allowed to load. Oh, we need one more and we'll have relic. Okay. Loading should be abolished. It's not that bad. Goodness. Okay, so we're missing a couple missions for that. Many missions for that. Am I missing anything on the Vanguard? I am missing stuff on the Vanguard. I don't think I'm missing anything on Sniper, though. No, Sniper's done and Heavy's done. Not that. I crave a bloodbath, or maybe a blood shower. It's not that bad, just not that good either. This is acceptable. You are not incorrect, I suppose. Okay. Well, the goal for today is just going to be to keep unlocking more armor stuff, get weapons to relic, and give some people some carries if they want it. So anybody who wants a carry, speak now or forever hold your peace. It is particularly strange how not good the auto bolt rifle is. Okay, we're all right. Did we see the Golden Demon winners? Oh, I saw the one in the like the thumbnail for that. The Velociraptor. Yeah, the Exodite on the Velociraptor is freaking cool. Ooh, Black Templars won the unit or kill team gold. Nice, that is gorgeous. Interesting. That Vashtor is okay. Surprised the vehicle, silver and bronze. Yeah, actually all of the vehicle, like the Vashtor is fine. The Lehman Russ is, I mean, it looks essentially real, which is kind of what you want, but I don't know, it feels a little uninspired, I would say. Same thing with the bronze, where it's like, where they're just not, the bronze one's a bit weird. Like, I don't think that's that impressive. It's kind of okay. Bit weird on that one, but whatever.
Straven, present. Valius, ready to serve.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, hopefully everybody's having a good day so far. I have been working on catching up with the League of Legends Worlds event, as well as I just wanted to play a little Witchfire this morning. You know how I was. I just kind of kicked back, leaned my chair back, and was just grinding some Witchfire. That game is so lacking in content. Man, does it have a really satisfying core gameplay loop. I played a bunch more Remnant last night as well. I know, heretical, scandalous, the worst even. But I found a bunch of stuff and grinded things.
Your mission is to use the stored Promethium in the refinery. First, proceed to the Cadian outpost and establish their fate. You must then infiltrate the refinery and complete demolition's deployment. Trigger detonation only when the main swarm has entered the plaza zone. Captain Akaram will coordinate our efforts over Flawless.
Fresh magazine in. Reloading.
Like somebody in chat yesterday mentioned that there's going to be more DLC for Remnant 2, and I genuinely couldn't find information on that.
Picking up extra rounds.
Like stuff from the developers, Gunfire Games, said, like everything from Gunfire Games said third and final DLC from the DLC bundle. Like that was a really specific wording, and then I guess a bunch of other places took that as, you know, final DLC ever, but that I can't confirm or deny that. It's really weird.
Rearming. Suspects flagged in Europe.
Huh, a box joined the game.
Dropping magazine.
Oh no. Oh, okay. That's fine, game.
Remember this lesson. My purpose is renewed. Stim injection and all specs ready to scan. Watch your fire, brother. The angel we should immolate this entire sector.
Yo, dog, we heard you like the warp lightning, so we stacked warp lightning on your warp lightning so you could get warp lightninged while you're warp lightninged. Which is essentially how I died there.
Clear a blast radius. Exterminate. Reloading.
Oh, hello. I think BO5 is supposed to be an angry marine. Excuse me?
Throw Throwing frag grenade.
Heretic Doge. The Angry Marines are completely loyal. I can't believe you would suggest that they would be heretical.
Disgusting tyrannid scum.
Absolutely blasphemous.
Rearm.
What?
Kill that foe, lest it
Oh no, he's a yellow white scar? The fuck am I witnessing? Yeah, this Ronald McDonald looking motherfucker over here.
Rally point is that we should have the advantage inside the Imperial encampment.
Beep, beep, beep. It's a Pikachu Marine?
Pausing in. Team has arrived at the
That's
Imperial
just
guidance
worse than everything I was saying.
Salazar, you need to acquire the Astra Militarum demolition codes required to deploy and arm their ordnance. Source one from any soldier you see, alive or otherwise.
Slow and steady wins the day.
Proceed to the Prometheum refinery and complete the demolition preparations.
We are allies. Fresh magazine in. Changing magazine.
I guess we already found the codes. That was quick. Good, though. Very good.
Ammunition cache here. We are committed to this course. Clear to advance. Nothing will escape this crew. Reloading. Destroying frag grenade.
You see how dodgy that warrior was? Like, as if you can escape the Emperor's wrath by dodging.
Destroy the spore mine.
This is acceptable. I was gonna leave that guy for BO5 to or for our box to execute him.
Fresh magazine in.
You're welcome, Olgam. I have saved you from a horrific death. Obviously, he was fine, but he doesn't need to know that.
Talassa, the Cadians are running out of time. How close are you to the Prometheum facility?
On location, Lieutenant.
You are making good time. We are going to need it.
Beep, beep, boop.
This facility was not built with
Use the codes to prime the bomb and finish its deployment into the crude Prometheum well. Cautiously, if you know what is good for you.
Swapping magazine. You are fertilizer now, xenos.
Ah, gene seed, excellent.
Will want to see this.
Fresh
Dulafar, it's good to see you, brother. How are you?
Rites of activation have been observed. The generators hum in the machine god's name. Crane sequencing initialized. Delivering payload.
I don't own the big tooth. No, I have the bigger one. I just don't like it as much. I like the regular one. I like the helmet of it, but I just don't like the big fan.
Generator 3. Operator, bring it into harmony of timing.
Watch your fire, brother.
Y-axis aligned. Margin of error 0.0 nanometers. Blessed be the all-decides divine precision. We need only descend into the well now. Demolition deployment.
I also like the laurels.
No errors logged under the all-decides functional oculus. The moment of his vengeance is nigh. There is an observation platform overlooking the crude Prometheum fields. It will make a good vantage for your ambush.
I mean, this helmet is also relic. It's just the other one, yeah. I forgot to restock my ammo before leaving there, so hopefully I don't need bullets for anything.
Rearming.
Who poketh you? Well, I sent you an invite because I saw that you were playing.
Tag the zoanthrope.
I figured you would need a few carries.
Psych are outmatched by Codex tactics.
Why, yes. Well, it's too late now. I'm playing with cooler people.
Disgusting Tyranid scum.
Run distraction efforts as long as you can. We will wreak such havoc upon the enemy, the Emperor will see it from Terra. I will hold you to that.
Now we wait until the xenos swarm reaches our position. Us against 100,000 or 200,000 Tyranids. I like those odds even without the bomb. Overconfidence is a disadvantage. Fresh magazine in.
You have your first level 25 now? Oh, excellent. Also, quick, everyone, point and laugh. God, imagine only having your first level 25 at this point.
Somewhat.
Ah, excellent. The servers have been quite bad recently. Yeah, that's what people have been saying. Which is a shame. I have been fortuitously blessed with mostly good everything, so.
Main swarm sighted. We await your signal, Captain.
Dig in. We need that bomb triggered for.
And your game crashed for the first time today?
The
Oh.
bulk of the swarm will not be in position for a while yet. Keep your heads and get it done.
I see them coming, brothers. Plenty for everyone. Swapping magazine. They are clustering at the walls. I have the Prometheum ready. Enemies closing in. Burning the tyranny.
The bulk of the swarm is continuing along the predicted path. Continue holding.
Behind us, brothers.
Is this game worth it? Every penny.
Reloading.
It has an incredible core gameplay loop. It looks like 40k. It sounds like 40k mostly. And boy, you feel good playing as a Space Marine.
Halfway there, brothers. Keep it up.
Changing magazine. We have more enemies on the horizon, brothers. Another xenos.
Does venting speed for plasma make it charge faster? No. But venting speed makes it so venting speed is not just how fast it cools down, it's also how many shots you can shoot before you overheat. Yeah, so it's not, it doesn't affect charge speed, but it does affect how many shots you can shoot and how fast it cools down.
Be ready for my
army. Picking up extra
Yeah, there are
rounds.
other ways to get charging speed down, but yeah, it's venting speed is the other stuff. All right, Pikachu Marine, pull the lever.
You are clear to detonate. Cook those rotten bastards. We end this now.
The smoldering remains of our foes.
Tyranid biosigns down 90% and falling. Swarm annihilation confirmed. Excellent work. Move to extract. Extraction
Hey.
complete. Returning to orbit. Commendable work, brothers. You honor your chapter. Be ready for rearm, refit, and redeployment immediately.
Ah, perfect. I had a feeling that using the bolt rifle right there at the end would give me enough EXP to level it up. Now that it's green, I don't have to worry about not using it regularly. Oh, you trade accuracy for the grenade launcher. Oh, interesting. And then we get, when your health drops below 30%, your ammo reserve is restored by a full magazine. And maximum spread decreased by 10%. 10% reload. What's in the next tier? 4 at purple, so you can get, after using a class ability, maximum spread decreases by 25%. 10% damage against Terminus, extra reserves, and then 10% reload. That's not bad. Oh, we lost BO5. He's dead to us already. You joined us to show off your Pikachu? Alright, we'll invite Astrafel again. Oh, Zab's on too. Well, of course. Oh, don't you get smug with me, heretic. Now you found someone else. Good. We didn't want you playing with us anyways. You like the fluorescent vest, Marine? I know at all times where they are on the map. Kind of hard to miss, yeah. Hey, Blood Raven. How you doing, brother? You got ejected from the ship?
Lieutenant Titus predicts that...
How could this happen to me?
Confirm that the Xenos Overlord has entered the kill zone.
Grix is playing Wayfinder. What the fuck, Grix?
Consider the synapse leader eliminated.
Only in war are we truly faithful.
Astrafel, give her the 25-month sub, brother. Welcome back. Got yourself a new PC. Can't wait to play this game in the best graphics. Do it. It's so pretty.
Alien trespassers.
Delta Wing, box check. Viridian's still in the air, Lieutenant. Talassa receiving. Commencing mission. Acknowledged. Proceeding to relay. Maintain box reports. Damocles out.
Oh, Horus did everything wrong.
Swapping magazine. Disgusting Tyranid scum. Changing magazine.
Drop your silence, Valiants. How is your morale?
I will share my reflections that I have observed. Comfortable and quiet.
Oh yeah, the 4K textures. Oh, that one's gonna be interesting.
Noted.
Like, my game runs really well currently, but I don't know if I'll. I mean.
Magazine in.
Yeah, well, it's 4K textures, which means that it's not really matter. It doesn't really matter what you're using with it. Oh.
Pathetic tyranny of God. Changing magazine.
More like 40K textures. There we go.
Battle awareness is impeccable. How do you hone those?
I reduce all unnecessary chatter.
The Emperor knew that War Master would turn to Chaos, right? We don't know. It's better to not ask those questions in relation to the Horus Heresy, because it was very much a case of, well, we have to have a certain ending the certain way, and so they just kind of contrived a bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense for it to happen. And even the end in the retcon didn't do enough to fix it. In most cases, it made it worse from what I've heard and read. Is there a tell/sign other than the flash on when to parry a jumping attack? Well, so all attacks except for the red ones can be parried. So it's more just about hitting it like... It depends on the weapon you're using too, because each weapon type has a different number of parry frames. So it's more about learning the parry timings for your specific weapon than anything else.
Swapping magazine. For reinforcements. Another xenos bioform eliminated.
Yeah, and once you get a fencing archetype weapon, you're pretty much unstoppable. You have unlimited power. A warrior challenged you to a Rambo fight and you shot it in the face. Yeah. That could be no honor when engaging the xenos.
Scanning. Rearming. Skippies. If you require a spotter, my Auspex is precisely tuned for the target. I haven't looked at some of the modified targets since I was a scout. Noted. Wait. Valiant. And this machine spirit is vengeful. Very well. In the name of brotherhood, you shall guide my disgusting tyranid scum. Be ready.
On site.
The Munitorum does not store explosives to Codex Astartes standards. Locate enough to demolish the bridge.
I see why everybody was, Oh, the ammo box doesn't replenish it anymore. That's right. That was a patch they made. That does, though.
All specs ready to scan.
That's a little immersion breaky where it's like, hey, grenades for your grenade launcher? Yeah, you don't get them at the ammo box. No, you get them back by, chopping a xeno in half. This is a little silly.
Changing magazine.
Where shall this bomb do the most damage?
Swapping magazine. Fresh munitions.
Wired for detonation.
Direct me to where I can place these charges.
Changing magazine.
Making grenades out of enemy corpses. That sounds familiar.
Bring on the monstrosity.
Look, I'm just saying it's particularly convenient, you know.
Join the Imperial Guard defenses up on the bridge.
I think they should have just left it the way it was.
Into the kill zone.
Exterminate.
Oh, look at that. I have all my grenades back.
Taking weapons schematics.
Is it a perk? Yeah, it's a perk of the class.
No telling what surprises await.
Inserting fresh magazine.
You haven't used the nade launcher? It's a perk of the tactical class. Every 30 seconds when you kill a Majoris or Extremis enemy, it refills the mag in your weapon. And because the grenades count as a mag in your weapon, it refills them. That's what I was looking for.
Found something useful.
Yeah, it's just silly. Very much a video game mechanic, but well, I pointed out because they made it to where the infinite ammo box doesn't replenish grenades anymore.
Company in the rear ranks.
You were a day one launcher lover. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I just hadn't gotten to it yet.
Our target is a high.
It's very good. I don't blame anybody for using it.
The relay will be secure.
News.
Without armor support to tackle a target that big, we may have to bring down the supply bridge.
Our plan requires it.
Is this a withdrawal order?
Negative. The objective is the Hive Tyrant, not the bridge. Defend this position until the Tyranid command unit is executed.
Oh, apparently.
May the Emperor guide our lasguns to your.
Oh, my grenade launcher is invisible. That's interesting. Yeah, well, people were spamming it, so I empathize, but at the same time,
Rearming.
The Hive Tyrant is on its way, but there is a horde of xenos between you and it. Dig in for the long haul.
Swap to close quarters all gear.
You have its attention. It is moving to intercept. Apply more pressure.
If they move as one, so shall we.
Keep your eyes peeled. The xenos leader beast will be in visual range shortly.
ah, that one counted. There we go. Yeah, so there, refresh my grenades. I'm sitting there waiting. Also, did I put like a skin or something on my thingy that makes it not a grenade launcher?
Asa reporting. Xenos leader beast neutralized.
I don't know what that guy was doing. He was the one brave Tyranid.
Lieutenant Titus, please repeat.
The swarm would go feral without their connection to the hive mind, but their focus is still on the relay. Reports confirm the lieutenant's assessment. Enemy cohesion still in full effect. That beast is not yet dead.
You're doing a siege in Total War. Took around 30 minutes. Yeah, that can happen.
I see it trying to dig itself out.
These are not uncommon occurrences on the higher difficulties.
Fresh magazine in.
More time in the siege, more blood for corn. You're not allowed to say such scandalous things like that, Blood Raven. This is a loyalist channel as well. We don't tolerate heretics around these parts. Oh, you lost? Ban him? That is tempting. He is a Blood Raven after all.
Pursue and eliminate. We will not have a better opportunity to finish it off.
Check your aim.
Oh, yeah, when you get to that auto-resolving, the bane of anybody's existence.
Pathetic tyranny of population. Changing magazine.
No lines of fire. Continue pursuit.
You would never lose a battle, that would be heresy.
Stay close and sharp.
Victory requires no explanation. Defeat allows none.
Talassa, report.
In pursuit of the target.
Talassa, you cut out. Repeat.
Nothing but static now. Is this the dead zone?
We have no choice but to follow. Let us hope this is not a trap.
Does multi-melta do anything to the Tyrant? Not these days. Or at least I assume not. I think you'd be better off with like white, heavy plasma. Oh, hello.
Perfect timing. Enhanced visuals incoming. Stealthy xenos can hide, but not for long. Disgusting Tyranid scum.
It has escaped.
Thoric is your vassal is Cetra.
Reloading.
Those are certainly a set of words. All right, save all your big stuff for second phase.
Do not trust this.
All specs prime. Picking up extra rounds.
Come here, you xeno bastard. I pressed space, but that's fine. What hope can you have against the Emperor's finest? Okay, maybe that hope. Alright, wait for the auspex.
Swapping magazine.
Oh shit.
Injecting stims. Reloading.
Oh, that was bad.
Fresh magazine in. Changing magazine.
Wow, I let that. I was doing so well, and then I just let it go all the shit.
You are fertilizer now, xenos. Rearming. More specs deep.
Good, very good. And by very good, I mean, ooh, that was a bit sketchy there at the end. You miss your heavy bolter? Yeah. I mean, the multi-melt is fine, except for when you're fighting him. But yes, it is very easy to miss the heavy bolter. Oh, I got 60 holy XP for that. Okay. Wouldn't I serve Cetra? Fuck no. He is an abomination. Ooh, yeah. I like the look of that being kind of mixed matched. I said what? I said Cetra is an abomination. A blight upon the universe.
Scans show the Tyranid numbers growing exponentially within the Hive City. Retaking those sectors is a lost cause. Bombardment from orbit risks collateral damage, so we need a more targeted approach. Commandeer a Nova Cannon implosive warhead from the Navy supplies in the Astra Militarum depot and deliver the payload by rail. We shall collapse the superstructure from below.
1,000,000 tons of plasteel shall rain down on their wretched camp. Effective range just dropped sharply, brothers.
The battle disturbs Avarax's arid landscape. Dust squalls can arise with little warning. If conditions obscure the path, look for the flashing guideposts.
The guy that gave the Chaos Gods a big middle finger and said he doesn't serve? No, I don't think... This is the thing. I didn't say he wasn't respectable. I did say he was an abomination, though.
Xenos approaching.
Even those who are an affront to mankind's dominance on the world
Advance while it is clear.
can do respectable things.
Disgusting tyranny scum.
Taking cover is advisable, but unnecessary.
Ah, early gene seed, beautiful.
The storm has dissipated. broke the xenos onslaught.
Okay.
Updating mission. Continuous atmospheric irrigation.
Lost more health than I needed to there, but that is, you know, something that can happen.
The storm has dissipated.
I will trust that you all searched every possible nook and cranny. Oh no.
Environmental damage.
Poor Zab using the carbine.
Fresh magazine in.
Well, it's only garbage until you get it to the instigator.
Beware its mind bend.
Or sorry, the marksman, not the instigator, the marksman.
You are fertilizer now, xenos. Enhanced visuals incoming. Xenos Psych are outmatched by Codex tactics.
And you only have to do one mission with the carbine before you can get it to the marksman variant, so
At the first objective.
it's actually surprisingly not bad.
Activate the quartermaster's console away from the machine spirit. Instructed to load the implosive warhead onto the train and assist it when necessary.
Another Xenos bioform eliminated. Check your aim. Rearming supply encouraged.
Messiah's blessings, Quartermaster. Awaiting your instructions.
Are they actually going to use all the dead Tyranids as fertilizer for their agro worlds? I don't know if Tyranid carcasses work that way.
Attention. Savages not found. Operators required to complete the transfer.
And most of the time they just burn them.
All specs ready to scan. Exterminated. Reloaded. Swapping magazine.
I don't know if Tyranids would even make good food. I feel like they have, well, I mean, not that we don't eat things with toxins and stuff in them, but oh, that was quick. Oh, lucky us today.
Provide your command authorization to dispatch payload.
Yeah, I think the seeing as how, you know, xenos stuff is seen as tainted already, they probably wouldn't want it fueling their crops. There's enough human corpses to do all of that. Oh, actually, that's a good idea. I should restock on my ammo.
Ammunition cache here.
I think eating Tyranids is like eating
Stay close and sharp.
bananas? I don't think that's the right word. Oh, banana. Oh, yeah. Some people, yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Sorry, I had to process that. Yes, because some people eat bananas from the bottom first, which is fucking weird. Considering how Tyranids work, you wouldn't do it. All the spores and shit. The spores, the biotoxins, the acids, all kinds of stuff. Oh, pineapple. Oh, do people eat pineapples weird?
Commencing Auspex scan.
What? Get back here. Well, no, okay, pineapple on pizza is excellent.
Subterranean alien pest.
Oh, pineapple has an acid in it that tries to eat your flesh while you eat it. Oh, right, yes, because citrus, yeah. Don't normal Tyranids have a way to start gene stealer cults too? Not that I know of.
The lights will guide us, brothers.
Like, if Tyranids are already on a planet, then they don't really have any need for the gene stealer cults, because the whole thing with gene stealer cults is that they're there to just subvert the populace until they summon the Tyranids to eat all of them. Gene stealer cults are a one and done. So yeah, if Tyranids are already in a place, I don't think they do. But then again, any hive fleet, I suppose, does have the resources to make a patriarch or something like that, so it's possible. I suppose it would depend. Maybe like if a certain planet is putting up like a really heavy defense, a hive fleet might try to infiltrate some gene stealers and start subverting a population quickly. But I've not read anything that's had that happen as an occurrence. But I could see it considering how smart Tyranids are supposed to be. Well, the hive mind specifically. You guys can take that. I've got a sim. Also, the stipulation to the pineapple on pizza thing is that it has to be good quality stuff, right? Like the cheap shit that you get from like a chain restaurant, no. You have to go to like nice, authentic, high-class pizza places that have good pineapple. But then again, the thing with eating Tyranids and the spores and the acids and stuff is that people do consume orcs. And squigs. So maybe it's about cooking it. Maybe you wouldn't want to do it raw. Like you wouldn't have Tyranid sushi or anything like that. Mushrooms are tasty. Oh, absolutely. Though it depends on the kind of mushroom.
shall launch this terminus's
And I
final
don't
trip.
do we take any naturally poisonous mushrooms and eat them? Because I don't know if cooking mushrooms does anything to the poisons in them.
Obstruction detected. Removal is required to commence.
Sometimes people from military zones that are fighting NIDs could be infected. Well, yeah, Blood Raven, so that's what I was saying. But like I said, I've never
Declutter complete.
read of that happening. Orcs are basically mushrooms? Yes. Yeah, they are a super evolved fungus, yes. We do make soup and tea out of nettle. Okay, that's fair.
Throwing frag grenade.
Just a bunch of fun guys.
We are allies. Pathetic tyranny of fire. Protecting my ascetic minds.
In your base. What's going on, brother? And Jakar, how's your rogue tradering going?
Swapping magazine.
You know what? I don't know what those nerds are doing up there, but yeah. About to get you a round of Space Marine 2. Oh, are you now? Well, that seems awfully convenient. You did a heretical Grim Darkness run on normal? I'm doing some dogmatic unfair. Okay, that's fair. Did you guys see that they, and by they I mean, was it Owlcat Games? They're doing a streamer event at the end of the month from the 22nd of October through the 4th of November or something like that. The 4th or 6th. It's essentially 2 weeks, and it's a challenge for streamers or content creators to beat the game on daring Grim Darkness, which is essentially your, you know, if you wipe, it deletes your save difficulty. And I was reading it and I was like, oh, well, that sounds interesting. You'll probably get some really cool, you know, like, you know, small people who just really enjoy the game, maybe boot up a stream and do it. But no, the only way you're allowed to participate is if you're already part of their creator program, or if you have a big enough channel to, you know, be worth supporting. And I was like, oh, well, that seems really scummy. Surely they'll tell people what the prizes are at least. And no, there's no mention of what the reward is for doing it either. Fucking retards, man. Not that I would participate, it's just funny. It's like, yes. Here's an event only for our in-group. Also, no, you don't get to know what the reward for your time is. A sense of accomplishment. Well, okay, so the problem with it, and this is really only the streamer, YouTuber side of things, is that it's not gonna do anything for anybody's channel. Like, it's just not that interesting. as a thing that a lot of people are going to watch, especially since you're on a time limit, so you're gonna be skipping all of the dialogue, and so it's just gonna be, you know, smashing through the encounters.
Good.
But it's for a game that's already long dead in the eyes of the public. I just think it's weird. It did just release a DLC, a very minimal DLC that augments about, what, a tenth of a playthrough?
Fresh munitions.
Actual power defeated.
Talassa, I have multiple swarms moving to your location. You have their attention. Deal with them swiftly. We will not get another shot at this.
No armory data, huh? Oh.
Tyranids seek to take the warhead from the terminal. Let us ambush the Tyranids on those tramways. Our engine will make a fine plow.
To war!
Just spamming A grenades into that is kind of funny.
Changing magazine.
Oh, of course I missed. I didn't hit either of them. Wow.
Link your armor to the Mechanicus device. You will need to keep close proximity to the charging station until the reset is complete.
Who even let this guy use Auspex scan?
Offering prayer now. Emperor, guide the station to full charge. And prayer.
Anybody want to play with in your base?
Another xenos bioform eliminated.
I'm already full up right now. Unfortunately. I can't wait for the 4-player horde mode.
Silence that vermin's call for more of its foul breath. Taking stims. Fresh magazine in.
Oh no! You cannot parry spore mines. You guessing the Emperor's real name is Rusty Shackleford? Ooh, is that a Monster Hunter International reference? Hmm.
Changing magazine. Check your
Wait. Why would you make...
Deploy immediately.
Wait, what do you mean what's Monster Hunter? And not the Monster Hunter is the MHI Monster Hunter. What do you mean, what do I mean? Oh, why would you... Where would you even come up with a name like that? This is the first toxic thing you just experienced. Kicked from the squad 2 minutes after joining mid-Carnifex fight. And you could have joined on somebody who lost like a friend or something like that. Or maybe they just thought you were trash. You didn't make up that name? Well, that's what I'm saying. Oh, you're telling me heavy plasma is not liked? Anybody who doesn't like the heavy plasma is just dumb. The heavy plasma is wonderful. I'll allow it, Olgin. Heavy plasma hits like a train. It does. It absolutely does. Oh, now I'm unlocked. Neat. Oh, no, I'm not fully unlocked. Why is there just an extra one? Interesting. Oh, yeah, that's weird. So you unlock the full set, but then there's just one extra piece. Don't worry, don't ask questions in your base. Just play video games. It's arguably the best heavy weapon. I think so. Now, I have a personal preference for the heavy bolter because I like its ease of access or ease of use. But yeah, I think if you're good and you're doing it correctly, I think the heavy plasma is the best heavy weapon right now. Especially after the buff. It is brutal. Okay, I know what I want to do actually. Now only bolt rounds weren't actually bolt rounds. Yeah, I know. If they had the flamethrower, they gotta make it really special since Melta exists. I don't fully agree with that. But whenever I make those claims, everybody has to understand that I believe that people will use what they like and that it's okay to have some level of overlap. Oh. Here, we'll start up the mission in your base and then we'll invite you. That usually works. We are all meta slaves, but we're not though. I mean, a lot of people are, but not really. I think developers get it in their heads that the minority of people who you are meta slaves ruin it for everybody, but they don't. Can you join? I've got a full party right now. But if I ever have a space, of course. But yeah, we're full up at the moment. Yeah, I think people will use what they like, and it's okay for things to be strong. But that's heretical thinking in video game development. How come the Imperium has used Astartes for so long? Aren't they meta slaves too? There's only like 2 million Astartes spread across, you know, a galaxy. You know, compared to the untold hundreds of billions of guardsmen.
Our Vox transmissions are not reaching the astropathic relay station, the source of the interference.
Oh, good.
You will be on your own from here. The Emperor protects.
Damocles, we pursue the heretics into their profane shroud.
Understood. Damocles out.
Replenishing firepower.
Inyo Base, are you not using the 20% extra ammo?
Foul xenos vermin. Take flight and let terror fall.
Should be? I don't think you are.
Insatiable.
Unless it's bugged with the heavy pistol. So. Don't mind me. Reaching that 15-hour mark as a guardsman must be nice. The 15-hour thing was only very much for that like one specific conflict. You like Darktide's plasma better? I like how the plasma pistol and the plasma incinerator work. Again, I acknowledge all the strengths of the heavy plasma, but yeah, I wish the heavy plasma just worked the same way, where it just shot in a straight line. Are the Sensei actually lore, or are they in between? The Sensei are actually lore as far as I know. Nothing's really been written about them recently, but as far as I know, they're still canon.
Another alien force for the Imperium to display.
Oh, sorry, BO5. When I compare the plasma, is it the regular plasma pistol, or you just think it all doesn't work as good as the Darktide plasma? Hey, that's a good looking heavy there in your base.
Visual on Thousand Suns barrier. Unnatural.
You're working on it? No, I know. And still, we're good.
Lower that shield and the xenos will shred through the blasphemers. Then we will kill.
The 40k Illuminati are slightly different than most depictions of Illuminati, though.
Reloading.
You know, Beyonce and Jay-Z in the 40k one? Probably not.
Swapping magazine.
They would have been made into servitors very quickly.
The Imperium's hammer rises to strike.
That Lictor got absolutely demolished.
Scum should have remained in hiding. My war gear is satisfied.
I think Chris Brown would still find a way to slap Beyonce in 40K. Oh, absolutely. I mean, would you not use the Grimdark setting as an excuse to abuse women? Like, come on. Nothing wrong with a little domestic violence from time to time. I'll take the gene seed. Fuck it.
Deeds writ upon genetic code.
I'm 3 for 3 with carrying my brother's seed today, so you know what? I'll take it.
Reloading magazine.
Clip that? Oh, I say things like that all the time, Dulafars. Not that I believe any of it.
Centralized biofuel. Iron beam, your aim tries. Take flight and let terror fall.
You could, I mean, they were clearly heretical. Sometimes you just have to slap the heresy right out of them. Oh my god, the 0.5 speed on this. It's just... Look at it, it's just so bad.
The world this xenos sought to conceal now consumes its carcass. Replenishing firepower.
The 0.5 speed on this is so silly to watch, especially when you're just doing the infinite light combo like that. All that Tyranid warrior could do was get booped back and forth. Also, priority target extremis. Is that the sorcerer in here triggering that? Must be.
Brothers, together we go. We have found the source of the corrupted race. Flesh-bound meddlers! Your false emperor holds no sway here! Exorcise that apostate from existence! The danger of ways shall never be thwarted!
Oh?
The more corruption gnaws at my heart, and I feel it weaken in our presence. This battle we fight on two fronts, body and mind. I scatter your foul silk. I am airborne ready. Ammunition restock.
This might be a dumb question, but when an Astartes dies, they have to salvage his gene seed to make a new one? Yes. Yeah, so every Astartes, to begin with, you know, an aspirant is implanted with one progenoid gland, which is what the gene seed is. And that begins the transformation. And then part of the transformation is that they grow a second one. And ideally, any Astartes that dies, both of them are harvested. So that way they can potentially make two and, you know, in exchange.
Another blasphemous.
It's like growing a potato. Yeah. It's like growing a potato inside of your, you know, fused armored rib cage. A very genetically enhanced potato. Yeah. Oi.
Bolts are exposed. Raise that heretical.
Oh. Gentlemen?
I shall summon your foray, avenging angel at your disposal. Glory Magnus promised you. Is here. Wrath shall reign. Reloading. The apothecarian provides. And I salt.
Alright, no dying over there, brothers.
We have excised the corruption. Jump pack refuel. Now we reclaim our hallowed ground, traitors.
You really hope the Dark Angel Champion armor gets released this patch? No clue how you went down? There are bugs right now that insta-kill people. It happens. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just, we know it's a bug.
Threshold secured. I await you here. Prepare yourselves.
I mean, yeah, this is the thing. I mean, supposedly the new operation was supposed to be for a quote-unquote season 2, so I'm not entirely sure why they would release
Move on target.
like a season 2 thing separately from the other season 2 things. Kind of weird that they, you know what? I just don't know. I have no answers. Well, the seasons don't really mean anything like other games because there's no battle pass.
The Imperium weeps not.
No, I understand why they're doing it. I mean, I understand that they want to keep the hype going and keep driving sales, but I just don't know. I just don't know what their development process looks like in terms of
Ordnance administered.
you know, like the turnaround on content.
The traitor tasted the Imperium's justice.
Yeah, so I think this is the thing for the roadmap. I could see them calling it seasons just as a like as a kind of common marketing thing, and that it's just a way for people to, you know, process the information.
Swapping magazine.
But as far as what it's actually going to look like for releasing content, I don't know. Crafter. Yeah, this one squad of Space Marines, but what if there are guardsmen backing you up or chaos summoning more demons? And how do those mechanics works? In regards to what, Crafter? Sorry.
Terminate. No heretic will find peace. Reloading magazine. The Imperium's hammer rises to strike.
Oh, in regards to us playing this right now. Oh, okay, sorry. So every now and again you'll see an enemy they'll make a sound effect and there'll be like a skull that appears over their head. That's how they summon in more reinforcements. The sorcerers for the Thousand Suns can respawn any dead armor around him. Like let's say I kill this guy and then a sorcerer spawns. The sorcerers can do a spell to bring back the dead, so that can happen. There is a mission. Well, there's many missions in the campaign where the guardsmen fight alongside of you, and then there is currently one mission where guardsmen fight alongside you in this, and then the next mission that they're releasing this month will have guardsmen involved.
The xenos infestation is stemmed for now.
That should be really costly to revive unless it's similar to just being armor. Well, so the Thousand Suns are unique. So the Thousand Suns are unique in that their armor, well, so except for the sorcerers, like Rubric Marines and the Rubric Terminators, they are just souls that are bound to the armor. So the spell is just a simple matter of rebinding the soul to the armor and reforming it. I say simple, but you know, they are servants of, you know, the god of magic, essentially. Pardon my voice, I'm dying. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So then, yeah, I mean, the spell does make them vulnerable. So. Are there more leaks in the Discord? No, this is all official stuff that I was talking about, like the stuff related to the new mission. No, the developers themselves released it in another blog/Q&A where they talked about the new mission that's coming out this month. Now, the way they talked about it made it sound like there are going to be guardsmen in the mission, but yeah, we have yet to see.
Their dark gods shall show these heretics only further. Reload.
You think Magnus will return to the light of the Emperor? No. Nah, the Emperor, I don't think the Emperor would allow it. Because in the novel Godblight, the Emperor talks to Mortarion and says, nah, mate, you're done. You're never coming back. And I bet Magnus would probably be in that same predicament because Magnus is even more of an asshole than Mortarion. Well, maybe not, but probably. Or they're equal assholes. You've got to read Godblight. It is the third novel in the Dark Imperium trilogy. So it's the Dark Imperium. Oh shit, what is the name of the second book in that one? I'm so sorry, I've forgotten. Could the Emperor make them not demon anymore? Yes.
Commencing reload. Take flight and let terror fall.
Oh, Plague War. Thank you, Zab. Yeah, Dark Imperium, Plague War, and then God Blight are the three. Oh, I missed that parry.
Let that betrayer's path end in agony.
You think you might be an Imperial Fist enjoyer? Everybody's an Imperial Fist enjoyer.
Jump pack refuel.
Is this game like For Honor? No. This game is like, so the problem with saying that this game is like anything in that it is very much a modern amalgamation of a lot of different core mechanics from many games put together in the way that video gaming should be, or at least progressing outside of very specific stylistic choices. Nope.
Ready for restart.
Yeah, so that's how they summon more enemies. And then you can interrupt it. Game is real fucked for you today? Interesting. So this game has, I mean, it has, I wouldn't say like pretty standard third-person shooting mechanics, but I guess they would be. So it's third-person shooting mechanics combined with a melee system that is kind of spammy, like a Devil May Cry almost, but then you have a guard.
Only in war are we truly faithful.
Well, yeah, I guess the Bulwark has a guard. So then you have a guard, parry. Well, no, you do have a block. Yeah, so you have a guard, block, parry, guard break, heavy attack, light attack system, more akin to Dark Souls. And every weapon has a combo, you know, a set of combos that you can do. So it is a combination of a lot of things, but like they come together to form a really excellent core gameplay loop.
Gifts from the forge.
Okay, please stop shooting me through the walls.
The Emperor's judgments will be delayed no
Sid Rock, thank you very much for the sub, brother. Welcome in. And the melee reminds you of Kingdoms of Amalur. I don't think anybody remembers that game, but you know, that's their fault. Even with the re-reckoning that they did for it. Oh, plus a, you know, plus you have the, you know, the execution mechanic from the first game, though updated a bit more to be more like the glory kills from Doom 2016. Though comparing it to the first game is probably easier, but the shooting mechanics I would compare to Gears of War, but not the movement and cover system. They're more fast-paced.
The armory provides.
The Iron Cage wasn't really the smartest move by Dorn, though. No, not particularly.
To chill up, I spy. There are more than heretics here.
You thought the first Space Marine had great hype? Oh no, the first Space Marine is famous. It is an actual classic within gaming. Anyone who says otherwise is a liar and a heretic. But, you know, that being said, there are still games that are far more popular than it and better refined as systems. No, I have the Gene Seed. you're all fine.
Join us and be free of his flesh and his lies.
Take what you can, give nothing back.
Done and dusted.
More heals here and here.
We certain breaking its chains.
Oh, well.
My blood burns as you. Realities I taste. Can we not simply find things instead?
Resume the assault on that altar. Avenging angel at your disposal.
Gillum must be alive. No, he is.
Flimsy as your conviction.
I senses your resistance.
A demon host hacks. It definitely does.
Are we certain breaking its chains is a good thing?
I think this game takes place before the events of Godblight, but even then he's still technically alive.
Stand against our righteousness. Avoid its searing lashes.
Oh, sorry, Crafter. I'll get to you in a second, brother. Okay, let's see. Making a game simulating a narrative, but how to benefit the players and the makers, and how you play the game on whose systems. Steam, GW's inevitable Warhammer-only platform where all Warhammer content will only be accessible, given how they negotiate. I don't think they'd make that mistake with their video gaming content. I mean, it is GW, so they could make the mistake, but I don't think they will. The fact that they lock all of their animation stuff behind Warhammer Plus is silly, though. Considering that at most they get like 100,000 views on that shit.
The demon host seeks our destruction. Avoid its searing lashes.
Like, Space Marine 2 is up to like 4 million sales or something like that. Could you imagine if they locked it on a Warhammer only like launcher or something like that? God, they would get nothing. People just would not tolerate that shit, especially since most gamers aren't inherently Warhammer fans, or at least not enough to justify a shitty launcher. That would fail so fast. It would. It absolutely would. I'm surprised that Warhammer Plus is still moving along. There's no way they make their money back on that. Due to Calgar being involved and the mentioning of Vigilus several times throughout this, takes place after Godblight? Oh, maybe it does take place after Godblight. Okay, fair enough. How much is Warhammer Plus? That's like 15 bucks a month or something like that. Oh. Uh-oh. That's fine. Use the restroom anyways. Well, I mean, we still get all of our rewards for that. No, I'm logged in. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, in your base, no problem. Mackie, what's going on, brother? Oh yeah, Crafter. Well, the nice thing is that there are still full, you know, re-uploads of Astartes on YouTube. But the creator for that is working on the animation that's coming out with secret levels, so he at least got something equivalent out of it, though I imagine he is not getting paid nearly enough. All right. What chapter am I currently representing? The Carcharodons Astra. The game currently has a set of bugs that, you know, that it'll like delete the chapter skin, like the emblems will disappear from your shoulders, and so like I just took to like I'll keep the colors, but you know it's kind of hard to get my sharks in places. Same with my tactical. Yeah, it's definitely a bug. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, in your base. Yeah, no, come back. Of course. The creator of Death of Hope had a response on his conversations with W has been taken down. Don't know where it is. Let me. Yes, yeah. Let me throw up a code for you here. Oh, that's right. I have to use skull knuckles or chains. I wish the chain stayed. It was just knuckles and chains. Knuckles and chains. Ah. Okay. Interesting. Uh-huh. Interesting. There's 3 different kinds of bolters, but there's only one grenade launcher one. Huh. Yeah. Let's get a re-invite for in your base. And code for Limmy. Perfect. Console peasants. I don't know if I've made a mistake all of a sudden. Oh. Well, BO5, I didn't know you wanted to join. What do you mean, don't make fun of you? You've chosen your side, heretic. You're not rich, you're a college student. That's fair. And by that's fair, I mean, so? We all have to make sacrifices for the things that we want in life. And a space wolf? Oh no. Wait. No, hold on, I'm on the wrong class. Your brother made that, not you. Excuses, excuses. What mission did we just do? Oh, I know what we did. You know what? Actually,
Engage standard morale boost. For the
offline mode. Game, I am clearly not offline. Oh, maybe I am. No?
Lockdown set. Attention.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. consoles are going to become focused computer systems soon. You might as well pay the platform for a personal system controller and mouse and keyboard. I mean, here's the thing. I only tease people here and there. I don't actually care what they play on. I am more than aware of the advantages of the console, in that they're very cheap, you know, relatively plug and play, have little issues, portable, you know, and they're totally fine. You waited to get this PS5 for almost 2 years, taking full advantage of it? No, like I said, I fully get it. I own a PS5 myself. My buddy has it currently because he wanted to play the new, it's not Forza, it's the Gran Turismo. He wanted to play Gran Turismo 7, I think it is. And I was like, yeah, sure. Oh.
Our path to Aurora is barred by the Thousand Suns Silver Tower.
We are clearly online. He's a witch. Oh no.
Can destroy it. Our best available tactic requires an ancient battle barge at the Mechanicus compound that is undergoing.
I mean, some people care. I do not. Yeah, look at, okay.
With ancient splendor, brimming with power undimmed.
I think the heavy bolt pistol is bugged because the heavy bolt pistol isn't getting the ammo buff from the heavy.
For the duration of this conflict, it will then be returned to your care.
Very well. But you will need my assistance in placating such an ancient machine spirit.
Assist the Adeptus Mechanicus in launch preparations and await our targeting guidance, Paladin. We should be on the ground shortly. Make sure that battle barge is ready.
The Imperium is not there.
After that, single player modes and multiplayer afterwards, Star Citizen's method will be mirrored. And then COD can get it on with guardsmen and guardswomen, maybe? Like, they're just guardsmen.
Avenging angel at your disposal. End that one's pitiful life before it tries for reinforcements are heated.
Astra Milliwatt. I am one of the people who prefers Astra Militarum. I do not think that Imperial Guard is an accurate description of the military forces of the Imperium. Whereas space military makes a lot more sense for what they are. And so, but I like High Gothic too. I think Latin sounds awesome, and so the kind of pseudo Latin that they use for stuff. Soldiers of the Emperor. Well, that covers everything, which is a little too broad.
The Emperor sees your impious.
Like, Imperial Navy makes sense. But the Imperial Navy don't really have a High Gothic version at the moment. Or do they? They're not the Aeronautica Imperialis. He's a fan zoomer. Me? Listen here, Barbos. Okay. I have more than enough pictures of all the pretty models that I own. To disprove your wanton heresies. Oh, fuck. Oh no, mistakes have been made. Okay.
Oblivion shall not claim me today. Get back on mission. As my brother stands, so do I. Reloading.
Little man, forces of the chaos trying to lessen the forces of the Emperor? Absolutely not. I really like playing Assault after the new update, but yeah, it's still very much a class where you make one mistake like I did and you are done. And my heavy bolt pistol being bugged and not giving me ammo. Or not my, well, whatever the bug is in regards to the heavy class ammo.
Salve for all wounds.
Oh, this is the aftershock ability, right? Oh, there's the double slam.
Back to your dark masters, you malevolent fiend.
Oh, okay. So you don't have to charge it all the way to get the double boop. Don't mind me, I'm still learning the nuances of the hammer.
My war gear is set. Follow me. Blockage is no more.
The vessel has a more glorious. The engine sealed.
Space Hulk Deathwing, a minor barrage of cultists opened up on my Terminator character. Oh yeah, no, Space Hulk Deathwing is terribly balanced in terms of, you know, how much damage you take.
Take flight and let Terra fall. Is this the glory Magnus promised you? Avenging angel at your disposal.
Oh, speaking of fighting alongside stuff, Crafter. Yeah, I forgot we have the whole mission where we fight alongside our Redemptor buddy. Yeah.
The Imperium's hammer rises to strike. I am airborne ready.
Oh shit. The campaign has a lot more of the larger scale interactions with various NPCs and stuff. Well, it'll be curious to see how they implement it into the operations and potentially the Horde mode.
Slay the corrupt Terminator for the Imperium.
Go ahead, get that.
Jump pack refuel.
Often the superhuman aspect of Space Marines and their armor is never fully understood unless you're already a fan, and even then, almost all you've talked about in the industry look absent of almost all joy the hobby has brought them. And it annoys you that still other things get in the way of what anyone wants to do. I think I lost some context in that, but I do agree with the superhuman part of Astartes, even in this game. So this game gets the durability and the strength of Astartes correct, but it's missing the speed part. Like, you are just not fast enough in this game for Astartes. But I do think there is a point where if you tried to animate Astartes moving at, you know, more lore accurate speeds, that it would just look a little silly. Well, and we're missing a lot of the armor functionalities as well. Like, there are areas in this game that we're fighting in, you know, very dark areas.
Commune with the crane and engage it to remove the obstructions.
And for the sake of gameplay, they make it to where, and it's like, no, you have to deal with the amount of light that you have. When it's like, no. Firstly, Astartes already have incredible vision, but like, then their armor gives them all kinds of other vision modes: night vision, infrared, ultraviolet. You know, they call it prey sight, which I'm not entirely sure the best way to compare prey sight, but like, yeah, no, it's...
I have the crane operational. Heretic troops advancing. Wipe them out, brothers.
Yeah, well, and it's like some of the weapons as well, like the Oculus bolt carbine. Yeah, the Oculus bolt carbine is particularly unique in that it has a whole built-in computer system for targeting and tracking.
The crane requires you to perform rites of restoration. I shall simplify the rites, as there are no tech marines among you. Seek out the crane's twin generators and locate their consoles.
Prey sight was Night Lord slang? No. I just got done reading the new Exorcist novel, and they call it prey sight as well. So maybe it's dependent on the craziness of the chapter, because, you know, fucking Exorcists. Did ADB coin the phrase then? I am uncertain.
Avenging angel at your disposal.
I've never read the Night Lord stuff. Everybody always recommends it, I just never get around to it.
Be of an angel of death.
I didn't know that guy was there. Rip.
I am airborne ready.
No gene seed yet? No gene seed yet. Okay.
You are nearing the vessel's site, Talassa. Ensure nothing
Imagine
further
Splinter Cell,
impedes
Corvus
your progress.
Corax. Each chapter presents a game in and of itself, but the madness of combat and how it's interpreted into possible varieties. Unless something is agreed upon. That seems a bit. I don't think that's a
Writ upon
continuous thought.
Our banner awaits unfurling. Equipment found.
The armory provides.
Wow, did you just take that?
Impediments removed. Take flight and let terror fall.
These are the primitive scrawlings of the unenlightened. Better left to go.
We will report it to the Ordo Xenos. Continue with the mission. There are more pressing heresies that need our attention.
Remember the Inquisitor.
Ashes to ashes.
You picked up the new mass market publication today for what? I don't know the context for that.
The enemy suffers.
Oh, Warhammer 40k, the ultimate guide, a kind of mix of photo book / encyclopedia. Oh, interesting. I am unaware of that. You can link? Absolutely. Yeah, throw it in the Discord. Give it a look-see.
Swallows me, I will choke it.
Captain Akaran, your Ultramarines are late.
Came out on the 3rd.
Heavy attack and need reinforcements.
We are approaching your besieged bastion.
Make haste, lest your tardiness lead to the harm of our blessed vessel.
I scatter your foul sins to the winds of time. Small my armor with careless fire.
What grabs a fan when they're new and they know nothing? Oh, that is aesthetic.
Replenishing firepower.
For as much as people might say, oh, you know, Warhammer has nothing original or just takes from everything, it is vastly unique in its aesthetic.
Wrath shall reign.
The thing with the Dune comparisons is that it's mostly the minor stuff, like the whole technological ban and things like that.
Avenging angel at your disposal.
But the whole, like, religious cult of the Imperium, the Emperor himself, they're all wholly unique to anything in Dune. It does not make you want to get into Dune. Dune doesn't particularly interest me. I liked watching the movies because I think they're excellent from a cinematography perspective. Like, they just are excellent things to watch. But they kind of rush and they don't really go a lot into the events of the world and the details behind it. So, like, that night I read the passages on how the worm god emperor gets created, and I was particularly unimpressed at how shit it was.
Send Guilliman's the guards. Great no heretics.
Basically a mixture of miniature photos and lore snippets. Yeah, like I said, I'll check it out. That's neat enough.
I am airborne ready. Keep going forward.
Where shall I start this flash?
Mighty brothers, repel the assault. Let us rid this place of heresy. Is this the glory Magnus promised you?
The fact that a galaxy-sized Tyranid entity exists and only its tendrils touch we know as the Warhammer Galaxy.
Avenging angel.
Has the hive mind ever been considered galaxy-sized? Like the actual physical entity that is the hive mind? I don't think so. I think there's just a fuck ton of Tyranids.
Swapping magazine.
Like galaxies worth of biomass of Tyranids, but I don't think the hive mind itself is galaxy-sized.
Commencing reload. Ammunition here.
You thought so? It's turtling hardcore. But it's just there's so little known about it. But I don't. Nothing I've ever read has given me the indication that the hive mind is that big.
The cogitations are clear. We cannot preserve this blessed.
I don't think it's possible for that to be the case. Could you imagine how much food it would need to consume?
Provide you with protection. They are there to
Like even a genetically modified metabolism.
possibly break free of Demarium's gravity in its present condition. We only require that it reach the enemy vessel and destroy it.
Because like the laws of thermodynamics still apply to all organic creatures essentially.
The vessel's fusion batteries are fully depleted. There's no
Bring me to the slaughter. I love that.
Nothing will stop us from
Well,
realizing the battle
yes,
line.
Crafter, but again, it would have to eat Tyranids for that. Wherever the hive mind resides is going to be in a place where it is not in danger, which means that it would be eating its own biomass to, you know, sustain its metabolism.
Mending flesh.
nature of the fusion vector.
Jump pack refuel. A defeated
Excellent.
Hellbrute is an
Good job, everyone.
auspicious omen.
It would recycle or else be a solar collector, and
I am no these tracks seem
I
misaligned.
could see maybe something involving some kind of solar conversion.
Perform the appropriate rites of alignment to achieve the desired
But even
geometry.
still,
Assuming they possess the ability to extrapolate accordingly.
Surely the Ultramarines screen their recruits.
like plants and stuff that do photosynthesis, like it's
I
not,
have my doubts.
I mean, they're not nearly as complex of an organism as something like the hive mind.
Now, get back to our
Replenishing firepower.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I like the mystery of the Tyranids, and I would like it to stay mysterious. At least until the Emperor straight up, one-shots them.
I am the righteous storm. Salivate no more, despicable heretic.
Big E's gonna fight the hive mind. This is the thing. So the thing with the Shadow and the Warp is that the Shadow and the Warp requires, amounts of Tyranids for it to be effective. And we know through the spawning or through the opening of the Cicatrix Maledictum that enough psychic energy can burn out the hive mind and turn Tyranids feral to the point where they just kill themselves in the trillions.
Reloading.
So yes, it stands to reason that with as powerful as Big E is, he could absolutely just slowly burn the hive mind out of the hive fleets until there are none left, and then just kill the hive mind. All right, sorry. What direction do we need here? All right, you nerds having fun down there? I am using a fencing hammer. Of course I am. Can Chaos corrupt Tyranids? No. Chaos can only really corrupt what has a soul, and Tyranids do not have souls as far as we know. Now, Chaos can mutate and modify matter that doesn't have a soul, but that's not like a true corruption.
Do not speak beyond your ken, Engine Seer. It does not take a locust to see this is an act of desperation.
Is soul defined in 40k? Yes, I think is the answer to that question, in that humanity have souls. Well, it depends on it depends a little bit. It gets a little weird. So just within the Milky Way galaxy, you have, humanity has souls, and they're pretty connected to the warp. The Tau have souls, but they are less connected to the warp, which means that corrupting them is more difficult. Eldar have souls that are very connected to the warp, which means that, they can do all kinds of weird stuff, like, create chaos gods. And then orcs are a bioweapon that were created by the the old ones, so they don't have souls. The Tyranids do not have souls, as far as we know, even though, because their origin is weird and we don't know it, but we know that they don't have souls. And then Necrons sold their souls to the Catan, who ate them up, and so they don't have souls. But yeah, souls are an actual, physical, tangible thing.
Commencing reload. Jump pack refuel.
Yes, the orcs being a bioweapon that were created by the old ones, who were a series of gods that were, you know, kind of responsible for the creation of at least the Milky Way, if not beyond, but we don't know the full extent. Yes, the orcs are a fungus. In that they grow from spores.
Angel at your disposal. The traitor tasted the Imperium's justice. Take flight and let terror fall.
Oh, okay. Don't know what happened there, but all right.
The seeds of heresy bear bitter fruit.
You know what happens with the souls of the first infected humans when a gene stealer cult starts? I don't think it's ever really been talked about, or at least not in the books that I've read.
Ordinance administered. I am the righteous storm.
What are gene stealer cults? That is a good question. So gene stealer cult. So gene stealers are a Tyranid creation. I was trying to think of what the best way to describe them. So gene stealers are Tyranids, and what they do is they will infiltrate a populace of, you know, a species. And in this case, when it comes to humans, they infiltrate a population of humans, and they'll slowly begin infecting the people with like mind parasites. And what they do is they use the Imperium's religious fervor to create these cults that worship the four-armed emperor. But it's essentially you spread the mind parasite until it infects enough people, and then those people give birth to more people, and so you end up creating just these massive generation-long gene stealer cults. And then after, you know, however long, they'll start an uprising on a planet. And when enough gene stealer cults form, a patriarch is created. And the patriarch is a super gene stealer that acts like a psychic beacon for Tyranid fleets. And so the whole point of them is to subvert the defense of a planet, so it makes it really easy for Tyranids to come along and munch on. You do fight gene stealers in Space Hulk Deathwing, as well as the humans that they infect. And gene stealers make an appearance in Dawn of War as well, the second one specifically.
Reactor is primed for ignition. The vessel is ready.
But yeah, as far as the souls go,
Be forever remembered.
Sword of
I imagine the soul would get semi-perverted as well, since the material for version is getting perverted. And then, you know, once the gene stealers are killed, those souls would just become fodder in the immaterium.
Calculating trajectory.
There's not a lot that's written about the Emperor's domain in the immaterium, but as far as I understand it, getting in is a particularly high bar.
An instrument of the machine god's wrath. This would bring tears to my eyes if I still had them. A heavy sacrifice.
Can you tell someone is infected? Oh yes, absolutely.
Let us hope her martyrdom is worth it.
Yeah, Gene Stealer cults. Yeah, Gene Stealer. They're called like acolytes, neophytes. Anybody infected by the Gene Stealers. Yeah, they have physical mutations, changes in anatomy, physiology, as well as mutations. They grow. They get bigger heads. They grow extra arms. You know, hunch spines. A lot of Yeah, the first people infected, it's harder to tell. But as they get more and more, as they reproduce, essentially, yeah, it gets more obvious. Oh yeah, so anyway, so yeah, anybody infected by Gene Stealer cults, yeah, once they die, their soul would just become essentially currency for demons. Food and currency. They would be wayward souls in the immaterium. Thanks for the carries. Well, thank you for joining us. All right. Who else needs some game time? I like both of those. You don't want to be greedy? What do you mean? If you're playing, you're playing. I'm not rotating people in and out. If you want to play, play. Didn't 5 want to come in? Oh, BO5? I don't know. I think he mentioned it, but... Is he here? I think not. Oh, that's right. I'm not using that one, because I want to use this one. What's up, Noble Fiction? How you doing? Cult of the Spiral Dawn is a great book about gene cults. Totally recommend. Well, there you have it, chat. The battle damage on the armor? Oh, you have all kinds of stuff. Scrapes, dents, bruises. Oh, I say bruises. Mostly chips and stuff. Bullet holes. How do people not notice a gene stealer? Well, like it was said, the first generation, the initial infected, you know, they kind of look normal. Like the second generation start to get some mutations, but there are ways to hide it. It's the third generation that gets a little bit harder. Yeah, the gene stealer cults are also very intelligent. Gene stealers seem to be seeds of the hive mind. I wouldn't describe them that way. Sounds like a sus situation. Absolutely. They have eaten Space Marines. They have. Well, get back in here. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Gene Stealer cults is that they're usually in these big, just, you know, huge population centers, and so they can be particularly easy to, you know, blend in and lose, especially with all of the you know, equipment and stuff. Like, if you've ever seen the Gene Stealer cult models, you know, a lot of them, you know, they look like they'd be wearing headgear and stuff like that. Yeah, it's easy enough to hide. If cults take so long to establish, how much time do the hive fleets need to give them? It depends. It depends on the creation of the Patriarch. No, I don't think Gene Stealers age faster. I'm not sure what changes. I've not read. They age slower? That would make sense. Does the charged attack perk affect charge shots? I don't think so. Maguses live up to 200 years? Yeah, that tracks. Tyranids, well, so the way Tyranids travel through space is using a slightly modified, like Tyranid hive fleets travel using special hive ships that create this kind of, like, they create like a psychic bubble around the fleet that ignores the laws of physics a little bit. It's not quite faster than light, so it still requires them, you know, many decades to traverse the stars. So it can, I mean, you know, Gene Stealer cults can take up to as long as they need. You don't know what a Gene Stealer looks like? And just Google them. Oh, Nid Marines? Oh, no, well, so the thing with Tyranid Marines, or Marines based off the Tyranids based off the Astartes DNA, it was supposed to happen. Like, there were rumors that this edition we were going to be getting new Tyranid models that were based off of them integrating Space Marine DNA, but we haven't had that yet, so I'm not entirely sure what they're working on. How do they land on a planet? Magic? No, that's actually me being sarcastic. No, Tyranids have infiltration stuff. Stealth bioforms and stealth bioships and the like.
Your mission is to use the stored Promethium in the refinery to destroy the enemy swarm.
Lictors? Well, Lictors and Gene Stealers are different, but yes, Lictors.
You must then infiltrate the refinery and complete demolitions deployment. Trigger detonation only when the main swarm has entered the blast.
Okay, yeah. For some reason, the heavy ammo just isn't working for me.
There is sure to be an ambush.
Or just isn't working for assault at all. They can also stow away on ships. Yeah. It's 40k, don't think too hard about it. No, I like thinking hard about it. I just, you know, gotta make sure all my references are incorrect, and, you know, searching through the vast library of knowledge that I have accumulated by being a nerd. Are orcs in this game? No. You have Tyranids and Thousand Sons.
That pitiful xenos was but an abhorrent blight.
The perk that damages on takeoff on assault has a bug that kills you. Oh, that's the perk, huh?
Score my armor with careless fire.
Another alien falls to the Imperium.
To get the heavy's perk to work, you need to switch from primary and secondary so the game overrides max count for each weapon, considering the assault only has one gun. Oh. I like thinking hard about Warhammer, and I like, well, and that's the thing that I try to do when it comes to Space Marines, since the writing on them can be so vastly wild, and the stuff that they can do can seem kind of strange or absurd, I think is the better descriptor, where it's like, well, you know, we have super soldiers in fantasy projects that are, or well, science fiction, science fantasy that are a bit more grounded. And so it's about taking averages as well as using extrapolations based off on, you know, our technology. Like, we've started getting into, you know, bundled muscle fiber and synthetic muscle fiber technology, and it is impressive. Like, even our modern synthetic muscle fiber can lift up to like 1,000 times its weight. So, you know, you extrapolate that out and it's like, well, we have genetically engineered super soldier in a layer of synthetic muscle fiber powered by a fusion reactor. Oh yeah, they're probably able to lift, you know, 10, 15,000 pounds.
Xenos hunger is insatiable, but the Imperium is indomitable.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who read the like original Bungie sponsored Halo novels, you know, Spartans do a bunch of stuff like that, and I think they're a bit more grounded and reasonable. Is the game worth the money? I think it is worth every penny. It's an incredibly satisfying core gameplay loop, excellent campaign, good progression, and RPG. Well, good progression and class differentiation for what we're doing, which is the operations content. And the multiplayer is functional. The short answer is yes. The long answer is also yes. Correct.
This burns with hope and grace. Avenging angel at your disposal.
And if you have any experience with the first game, it is a improvement in every regard to the first game.
Elite level. Reloading. Waste nothing, brother. Master at my look. Too quiet. Let me survey from a better vantage.
Except the boys ain't here. This is true. There is a distinct lack of Spice Marine.
Aside from some xenos scumbags.
Talassa, you need to acquire the Astra Militarum demolition codes required to deploy and arm their ordnance.
Get off my ship, Spice Marine.
Alive or otherwise.
No boss Grimskull. Well, he kind of got shot in the face. Which, yes, not technically enough to kill an orc, but, you know. It was definitely enough to kill him.
The xenos infestation is stemmed.
He's with Gork and Mork. Gork and Mork aren't real. Never forget Grimskull? No. He is a Xeno. Blood flag over Grimskull?
Sought to consume.
I'd agree with that.
I doubt an aerial scan would speed this along, but I'm beginning to wonder.
This looks promising.
Captain, road secure. The Emperor provides.
Proceed to the Prometheum refinery and complete the demolition preparations.
Orcs believe that they're real, so they are? No, that is not how orc belief works. Oh, fuck you.
I am airborne ready. Commencing reload.
What? Okay. All right, so as far as we understand, with the gods in the Milky Way galaxy that have existed, the way that works is that anything with a soul that has a connection to the warp, you know, has some level of transference of emotional energy into warp energy. It's like some kind of law of exchange in that, you know, the more powerful a soul is connected to the warp, the more energy gets transferred between emotional and warp energy. When enough of that emotional warp energy is pooled in a single place, it begins to develop some level of sentience and then sapience, and then can eventually develop into an entity powerful enough that it can affect the material world. Because the warp and the material world are mirrors of each other. What happens in one happens in the other, and vice versa to some extent. It's not a perfect one-to-one, but it is some extent. Now, the key part to all that is that you have to have a soul to be able to do this. Now, because the orcs don't have souls, they don't do that. What orcs have is a different kind of psychic energy, and the way it works is that every orc generates a certain amount of their own psychic energy, but it pools in the warp, and then it can begin to affect the material plane. But it is not energy that can grow to the point where it can become... It can't grow into anything. It doesn't become anything in the immaterium except for just a pool of energy. So anything that the orcs manifest, like the Foot of Gork or the Fist of Mork or any of those things, those are just them manifesting something, you know, from that pool of energy into reality. But it is nothing more than energy.
The Emperor sees your impious aim.
That is as far as I understand it, and nothing I've read has ever, you know, led me to believe that it doesn't work that way. Now, fantasy might be different, but I don't actually know if it was ever confirmed in fantasy if Gork and Mork are real. I don't actually know if they're playing the great game in Age of Sigmar, so, you know. But yeah, 40k definitely slightly different.
No alien trespass. I shall suffer your foray for only so long.
Yeah, the same thing that, yeah, orc tech works because of all that energy. So all orc technology is inherently psychic in some way.
Reloading back a jump pack refuel.
Is KC real? Obviously not.
He is an angel of death.
He's just orc warp energy.
Xenos' hunger is insatiable, but the Imperium is indomitable.
Is KC real? Is a question that somebody asked in chat. Yes. Oh, my Space Marine. No. No, Kuau Carnifexus is my own OC. Based off of a Terminator chaplain that I converted and then, you know, given a bit of lore just because I liked to. Do orcs actually not have souls? I'm pretty confident in that assessment. Now, I don't know enough about enslavers to understand how their control works.
No son of killer falls today.
I don't know. I don't know if enslavers do their thing. Like, I don't know if enslavers do stuff via the warp, do they? Or are they just, you know?
Talassa, Cadians are running out of time. How close are you to the Prometheum facility?
We have been blessed with a swift arrival.
You are making good
Okay,
time.
so in Age of Sigmar, the Orc gods exist. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I've played a shit ton of Total War Warhammer, but that's like the extent of my Warhammer fantasy knowledge. I'm just not as interested in reading the novels and stuff. And Age of Sigmar does not interest me at all. Yeah. My 40k knowledge is pretty good though. You could argue they exist, but they aren't playing the great game. I don't think that would work though. Ah. Now somebody can have this Guardian Relic as soon as I find the Gene Seed. AOS is weird to you. AOS is weird to everybody. It's better to not think about it.
Finish its deployment into the crude Prometheum well, cautiously, if you know what is good for you.
That might be the reason why Corn worshippers don't seek out orcs. There's no soul, so why bother? I don't... That's not how it works in 40k. You know, orcs still have blood and skulls, so... Like, they relatively feed Corn, but just via the fact that there's martial energy from the people fighting it.
This Ravener has despoiled its last swath of land. Built a charge prime. Deploying now.
Oh yeah, Crafter. Well, like I said...
The generators hungry.
Oh, you think he suggests his followers? Oh yeah, no.
Crane sequencing initialized. Delivering payload.
40k doesn't have Gelt? No, 40k does not have Balthazar Gelt. Neither does Age of Sigmar, because he did.
Commencing regeneration 2 under threat.
Imagine if Cetra was in 40k. Well, I mean, Imatech is kind of up there.
Sabotage generator 2. Secure immediately.
Corn cares not from whence the blood flows, as long as it does. This is true.
Reloading.
Technically, Gelt is in the realm, of the lore of metal and dwarves.
The Imperium.
I don't know if that's Age of Sigmar canon or not. I'm sorry, I don't know. Well, my first thought went to comparing the Silent King to Cetra, but the Silent King doesn't have, like, he doesn't have the lore, whereas Imatech fucked up Helbricht and talked shit the whole time, so like I seem quite familiar with Korn. How curious. I'm also quite familiar with Slanesh and Tzeentch and Nurgle. What's your point?
Drive train restored. Begin the course of locomotion, adepts.
Tyranids assaulting generator.
He's a heretic. Oh, what did you read about that somewhere? In a book, white nerd, heretic. Oh, shucks. I don't have that soundbite, but I fucking love that from the Warp Hijinks episode. Oh, really now? Did you read about that somewhere? In a book. Nerd.
The Emperor sees your impious head.
A little heresy doesn't hurt. Wrong. A single thought of heresy can blight a lifetime of faithful service.
Margin of error 0.0 nanometers.
Was it a suspicious book? It must have been, if it had knowledge on the warp in it.
Its charging generator. The Emperor demands perfection from all the souls, even a humble.
Oh, this combat works excellent for everything.
Generator 4 in progress. Punishing ignorant iconoclasts.
Reloading magazine.
You hope they do a DLC with the new faction? I would not expect it for at least a year, but man, could you imagine? Like, give it 15 months, and they're like, all right, well, we've done the first 4 seasons, you know, all that content is out. You know, it's ready to go. We're done. Oh, by the way, in 6 months, you know, here, have a new faction. That'd be fucking cool.
It is an observation platform overlooking the Cryptomethium fields.
I mean, I think it's an easy way to generate another 500,000 to 1 million sales. Is this my favorite game? No. I do think it is excellent, though. It is very... it's cool to live in a time where we got this as a video game. Not my favorite game, though. My favorite games have a little bit more to say about the human condition and experience, as well as, you know, purpose and meaning. Oh, could you stop spamming that shit? So gotcha games? Yeah, obviously. Should you buy it? I think it is well worth the price of admission. The campaign is satisfying. It's got a lot of really great set pieces and cinematic badassery, as well as the, you know, just the excellent core gameplay loop. Plus, if you're familiar with the story of the first game, I think it pays a lot of respect to it. And then the operations mode, which is what we're doing, you have 6 distinct classes to level up. And, you know, all of them play well enough. Yeah, I don't even think you need to be a Warhammer fan. I think it's just, it's an excellent game to play. Everything else is just, you know, boost on top of it. Tenuous and difficult in being in a place to measure a soul. For Warhammer is a little bit... The thing with measuring souls in Warhammer is that the more powerful a soul, the more it manifests, and so you can kind of start measuring them.
Only in war are we truly faithful.
So, let's see. In your base. Thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate that, brother.
I am the righteous storm.
Yeah. Thank you, Limey.
But no horrent blight.
It will indeed pick up the seed.
Legacy given for a seed.
Who is the greatest Space Marine and why is it Sigismund? No, I'm good for that. Yeah, I think it is more than okay to label Sigismund as the greatest Space Marine. Yeah. No, Crafter. No, we're all on the same page. We get a new enemy this month. Did they confirm that, Shadow Raider? Because I know they said that the new map is coming, but I don't think they confirmed the rest of the season 2 quote-unquote content, did they? What is Sigismund's weapon of choice? Sigismund had like a mastercrafted power sword. The Black Blade that has been passed down to every other Emperor's champion for the last 10,000 years. Dominus is the best Space Marine. He could be in a knight in 1v1 combat. Oh, come on. It's just a knight.
Distraction efforts as long as you can.
We will wreak such havoc upon the enemy, the Emperor will see it from today.
I will hold you to that.
Let's leave when there are xenos to kill? Absolutely not.
Xenos scum should have remained in hiding.
Bolt gun is not a real game. Do not reference it.
I'm airborne ready.
Holy shit, Bardaga. That's a name I haven't seen in forever. I do not know the answer to that question, though. They get an IOU. I imagine they would get transported back to the fleet as soon as possible. That seems logical to me from what I know.
Another alien falls to the Imperial's
And he is fucking canon. Yeah, but Vulcan was a shit video game, so I don't care if it's canon. Fire Warrior is also not canon. You hear Bolt Gun was good? Well, anybody who said the Bolt Gun was good was a fucking liar. It didn't. No. You demanded? How about you demand D's? Bolt Gun was ugly to the point that navigating it was near impossible, and it just hurt to look at. The gameplay had flaws in it, incredible flaws, in that enemies didn't actually have to have their attack animations play to do damage to you. Like, if they just touch you, you took damage, and then the attack would play after. That was the worst part. It's that the enemies had attack animations, but they didn't have to do them to do damage to you. They just had to touch you, and then the attack animation would play after, just to insult you. Not to mention that the balancing on weapons was not great. The power-ups system was fucking retarded. And the fact that after every, like, chapter, you lost most of your weaponry, if not all of it. God, do you guys remember how absolutely livid I was about that shit, where it was like, oh, you completed this act of the game, lose all of your equipment and start over. Tee-hee. Fuck that shit. Kill this Neurothrope. God, not to end, the final boss fight was just running around in circles until you fucking could stop long enough to actually do anything. And it was not good as a boomer shooter. And that you had a lot of modern video game mechanics in it in terms of, you know, sprinting, grappling, ledge climbing. Oh, hit the pod for ammo. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Guess I never played Doom back in the day? No, I did not play Doom back in the day. It is not before my time, but no, I did not play Doom. And yes, playing Doom would absolutely give me terrible headaches because of how it looks. Oh yeah, no, I'm more than happy to, like, Space Marine 2 is wonderful as a video game. You could tell that the people who made it were incredibly competent about, you know, making video games. Not like the bolt gun devs who are like, oops, it's Act 2, teehee, all those upgrades and weapons you've earned, go fuck yourself. Did I play Doom 2016 and Eternal? Yes, I think Doom 2016 is one of the best video games to release in the last decade. And I think Eternal is a stark contrast to that, in that it took everything that was wonderful about 2016 and shit on it, so, you know. Anyway.
Dig in. We need that bomb triggered for optimal yield.
Swings and roundabouts as it goes.
The bulk of the swarm will not be in position for a while yet. Keep your heads and get it done.
Yeah, 2016, no, 2016 is absolutely the better experience. It by default has the better story and character work in that it doesn't shit all over the legacy of the previous games and try to retcon in a bunch of stuff. You know, so here's the thing, I read everything relating to the Mick Gordon stuff from both sides. I don't know who's right and who's wrong there. I personally lean towards Mick Gordon, you know, not being in the wrong because id and Bethesda are shit, but like, that seemed like a fucked up situation. Well, and the thing with it is, like, considering how mediocre to subpar I think the game is in a lot of way, I could understand it having a fucked up development to the point where he just wasn't given what he needed to do it and they weren't working with him well enough, because that was essentially what his side of the story came down to, was like, you know, hey, I communicated with them that I needed more to make the soundtracks good, and you know, they just weren't able to provide it because they didn't know what they were doing with the game, and I can absolutely believe that. So it's hard to say. Space Marine 2 and Bolt Gun do not have the same dev team. One game is made with incredible intelligence and competence, the other is not. One game absolutely understands the genre that it's in and how it, you know, could build upon it. The other one did not. And the other one that didn't is Bolt Gun. Because that game is shit.
Gifts from the Forge. There are more tyrants seeking their death. I shall suffer your poor aim for so long.
Bolt Gun 2 is going to be better. If they make a Bolt Gun 2, I will give it a fair shake. This is the thing. I am not malicious when it comes to playing new video games. I believe that EA and Ubisoft can make a good game whenever they want to, and if they ever did, I would absolutely give it a fair shake.
The swarm has almost fully committed. Be ready for my
yeah. So yeah, no, the stigma that I hold against Bolt Gun would not carry over to a sequel. I just hope that it wouldn't be also shit. Oh, you know what? Yeah. I do think that is a missed opportunity, and I understand why they didn't do it for Space Marine 2, in that, yeah, you don't really get stronger throughout the progression of Space Marine 2, but I think they came out and talked about that in a recent article where they were like, Yeah, we had to make a lot of concessions. I don't remember the exact words. This is paraphrasing, so if you want to see it, you'll have to look it up. But yeah, the developers of this game had an interview recently where they said something along the lines of, yeah, we had to make a lot of concessions for the co-op, you know, the 3-player co-op for the campaign, which is why it's missing some of the, like, progression and upgrading that you had from the first game. I think if they'd had another year of development, they might have been able to do it, but the campaign, well, and less set pieces, yeah. Because the campaign is far superior in terms of its set pieces and storytelling. It's a trade-off. But the progression for the multiplayer is vastly better, though.
Extraction complete. Returning to orbit.
In that the class progression is incredibly competent, and the aesthetics are fucking gorgeous that you get, so, you know. I'll be right back. No, Inquisitor Martyr is an interesting experience, and that I've had many people sing its praises of recent, but I can't be bothered. It's great fun. You're currently running a tech adept with a pet build. Heresy. Wife's the calling, taking a breather, be back in a bit. Okay then. Well, we have a spot if anybody. Ooh, finally. Yeah, there we go. Got the Eagle jump pack. Anyway, we have a spot if anybody wants to join us for a couple runs or whatever. Oh, and then perk tree to take off the Ascension. We got two. Well, Limey, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Appreciate you, brother. You love your heavy flamer build in Martyr? I bet you do. I mean, with enough Promethium, everything is flammable. Yes, this is true. You can tell someone has put love into the development of Martyr. It's such a weird thing to have Martyr be going on, what, 8 years, 9 years of development, something like that. Like, I couldn't even imagine what their what any of the financials for that game look like. It just got a new class, yeah. It might be a couple of dudes. It might be, but again, like I said, I can't even imagine. It is cool though. I mean, I'm proud. I'm glad for him. Oh my goodness. Why do I have more people on my friends list playing Darktide than Space Marine? What in tar fucking nation? You're all dead to me. Because Darktide is fun. Okay, look. Yes, Darktide is fun. But Space Marine is just infinitely better. Infinitely! Darktide has proper bolt weapons? Yes, it does. Okay, it does. That's fair. It is fair. Helldivers 2 is silly fun compared to Warhammer's feel and play type. Darktide has proper bolt weapons. Yes, the bolt gun and the bolt pistol in Darktide feel really good. Like, they, you know, when you shoot stuff with them, they explode properly. It's kind of weird that that game has them. I have not played a single round of Darktide since the update. What's up, Dexter? How you doing, brother? What kind of 40k game would I like to see besides the obvious Souls-like with Grey Knights? But the Souls-like with Grey Knights is the one I want to see. Although, we were talking about it on another stream, I think this game is Souls-like enough to where if they just make the content for it, then that'll give me my Souls-like itch. I mean, fighting the Tyrant and hitting several parries and then perfect dodges back to back to back is so fucking satisfying. And it is very much a process. Like, you know, you fight the Tyrant enough and you learn its attack patterns and everything. Yeah, it's pretty good in terms of, you know, getting that back and forth, you know, block, dodge, parry, you know, rhythm that Souls games are famous for. A Sniper Elite, but you're a Vindicare? Doesn't do anything for me. They do need to fix a few hitboxes in some animations. Like the Carnifex is a broken mess. But, you know, Dark Souls 2 is still a Souls-like, and, well, we all know how much of a nightmare that game is. And the laser beam from the throw-ups? Yeah, the laser beam's a bit weird. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't know, is there anybody who would like to join us? I'll leave the code open for a little bit. We got one, so we've got one spot available if anybody would like to participate in purging the enemies of man. While I check the internet to see if anything heretical's happened. A Baldur's Gate style 3. Well, I mean, that's kind of what Rogue Trader is. It's just not the same quality. Because they're very much the same gameplay style, they're just not nearly the same quality. Oh, Battlefield. Yeah, I think Battlefield is the one that I would put behind my Grey Knight Souls-like. Yeah, I think PlanetSide 2 is a bit, well, I mean, you know, dream game as far as it goes. Yeah, that one's a little less sustainable. I'd prefer something a bit more focused, like Battlefield, yeah. Or maybe give us the better version of Eternal Crusade that we could have all wanted. PlanetSide style, yeah. Well, Eternal Crusade was supposed to be that. Chapter Master Management Simulator. PlanetSide 2 is paper, not horrible, but something like a guardsman experience. Yeah, that's true. Unblockable attacks need to have a different sound effect. If they fix the sound effect, they would eventually work out. A Dawn of War 4 that doesn't suck. Dawn of War 4? I mean, it'd be nice, but that ain't happening.
Predicts the Tyranids hive tyrant is leading a swarm along a corridor to
Relic are like a few months from being shut down.
assist in the defense of the bridge until you can.
I mean, obviously we're all waiting on Total War 40k.
Then trigger the detonation. We will bring the Imperium's fist down on the leader beast's skull.
Well, Dawn of War 3 killed the franchise. Company of Heroes 3 killed RTS as a genre.
Viridian reporting.
Because it was kind of like the last hope to keep anybody invested in that, and then...
On the march to take that high tyrant's head. Acknowledged. Proceeding to relay. Maintain Vox reports. Damocles out.
Disgusting Tyranid scum. Alien
Oh yeah, no, I think Retribution is fine. And Retribution as a platform for the various multiplayer mods is awesome. But yeah, Dawn of War 3 had no such redeeming quality. Oh yeah, Stormgate. God, I forgot about that. Well, Retribution still has an active multiplayer community in that it's like a couple thousand people, which isn't, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but... Disgusting Tyranid scum. Tactical is based. Tactical is based. All of them are based. Xenos filth. I mean, how many people are still playing Team Fortress? Like, people play things.
pathetic Tyranid. Throwing frag grenade. Reloading.
Your favorite RTSs ever? Oh. They don't clear Kane's Wrath for me. I don't even think they clear General 0 Hour for me.
Eliminate.
Obviously, I like, well, I don't even know if I like the aesthetic more in them. Like, Space Marines are great, but these are the old, like, early 90s bow-legged Space Marines that I despise.
This kindles my righteousness.
That and the the Marines in Dawn of War have none of the speed and strength of Astartes, so. Oh, hey, we got BO5. That's my boy. You never played Command and Conquer? Oh, brother. You should play C&C3 and Kane's Wrath, the expansion. You can get them for cheap. What do you mean, nah? Don't you nah me? Play cultured video games, swine.
Our brothers in arms need our help. Let us hurry. Swapping magazine.
You have like 1.2k hours in TF2? Oh yeah, a lot of us have hundreds of hours in those games. They're just good, solid fun. Come home from school, boot up Steam with your friends, just, you know, play Team Fortress. Oh yeah. You've only played the bad Command and Conquer? That's a shame.
That one calls for reinforcements.
What are the bad ones? Red Alert 3, Command and Conquer 4.
Another xenos bioform.
Vanquish but 40k?
Xenos bio.
Vanquish is a bit too fast-paced and science fantasy for Warhammer. Playing as an Eversword would be unique, though.
Kill that foe, lest it summon aid. War gear acquired.
I don't know how much character work you could do with an Eversword, though. Well, there's a Guardian Relic back here, you nerds. Play as the Blood Angel or under the Black Rage, where you only need one enemy model. There's one enemy model of various sizes, yeah. Space Marine 2 doesn't have the speed and strength. A Tyranid Warrior is not a match for an Astartes, especially Primaris. That's one of the biggest, like, horseshit things.
Fresh magazine in. Silence that vermin.
This game absolutely has the strength of Astartes, where they just manhandle Tyranid Warriors like they should.
Does anything dampen that spirit of yours?
Never. But I have killed anything that was thought to try.
Yeah, I mean, warriors have the weapons to harm Marines. I mean, even kill them, but like, nah, they're not 1v1ing Marines anytime. Especially not Primaris.
Finished and ready. Reporting in from the tower, Captain.
Little and 3+ at the same time with a bunch of gaunts. Oh yeah, well that's definitely gameplay for sure.
It's enough to demolish the bridge.
Like, obviously this game takes liberties with the requirements of the core gameplay loop.
Scan ready. Target is rallying reserve forces. Let's reload.
Also, a Space Marine with a Thunder Hammer is going to wreck 3 warriors, but that's not even a contest. Like, the only times that warriors have much of a chance against a single Space Marine is if they have a fucking combat knife where they just don't have what they need. Any power weapon though, sword, fist, hammer, no, dude, they're absolutely gonna murder them. Yeah, any power weapon.
Changing magazine.
What about Chaos Marines being kind of weak? Well, so rubrics are basically automatons. They're not exactly known for their martial prowess, and except for the Terminators, but the Terminators will wreck you in melee. Yeah, the sword Terminators, they fuck you up.
Detonator primed.
But when the rubrics hit you in melee, they hit like a truck. Have you ever failed to parry a rubric? That's like half your health. Not to mention they're unblockable. That's like 75% of your health. And they are durable. I think they're lore accurate durable. Or at least pretty close to it.
Fresh magazine in.
Again, some concessions have to be made because of the gameplay loop, but I think they're pretty good, actually. The kick that they do, yeah, that kick is brutal. Where you're like, oh shit, yeah, I just got kicked by a fucking Space Marine. Well, I think it feels real good for the, for the balancing of the game.
Picking up extra rounds.
You can see the space warping around them sometimes when you shoot. It's supposed to represent like a warp time dilation field. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that because I've only read a few novels where Marines fight rubrics and they don't do that in the lore as far as I know. Like, I don't remember it from Battle of the Fang. I mean, sorcerer spells, absolutely, yeah. But that requires that a sorcerer is there. I don't know them doing it just naturally. Thank you, team. I think I was distracted chatting.
Join the Imperial Guard defenses up on the bridge and lure that Xenos Colossus into the kill zone.
Copying warp spiders. Teleporting is teleporting.
Disgusting Tyranid scum.
The Armin novels talk about them a bit. They're basically reliving battles in their mind-winning combat. Yeah, pre-heresy T-Suns were red. Like a really nice cherry red.
No telling.
I love the aesthetic of pre-heresy T-Suns. Oh yeah, Shadow Raider. Yeah, no, they have... Well, but even them teleporting in the tabletop is based off of like the I forget what they call it. It's some kind of crystal, isn't it? I play against Thousand Suns so much competitively that it's just like, do you have the teleport? Yes. Okay, of course you do. Just tell me when you're gonna use it.
We've got a handle on these probing strikes, my lords. It's the relay that's getting hammered right now.
Not anymore. The Hive Tyrant is in.
Can't even say T-Sun's players are Metaslash half the time.
Without armor support,
Well, Thousand Suns also don't have a Codex yet this edition. I think they're still playing on index rules, so
Is this a
a
withdrawal?
lot of their armies are very
Negative.
one note.
Objective is the Hive Tyrant, not the bridge. Defend this position until the Tyranid command unit is executed. Understood, my lord. May the Emperor
But then again, they don't have a lot of models either.
Ready up.
It was a psychic power a few editions ago. Now it's a stratagem and a piece of war gear. Right.
Flank. Xenos on the roof. Filthy Xenos are above us.
Was it a psychic power in 8th edition? My memory of 8th edition has already faded immensely. But those were dark days for Marine players, so kind of hard to fault me for that one.
The Hive Tyrant is on its way, but it is a horde of Xenos.
Did I see that someone data mined a Bio-Titan in the game files? No. I am glad they don't have Lorak or Warp Flamers. I wish they were the right color, though.
You have its attention. It is moving to intercept. Apply more pressure.
Well, you can't just have a Bio-Titan as an enemy. That would be like a set piece.
The rivets are breached.
But it could be something that they're cooking up for, you know, a future operation. Oh, in 8th and 9th they had it as a power? Okay. I played Dark Angels all of 9th edition. All Terminator lists up until Nephilim, and then after Nephilim it was all Ravenwing. I actually had I didn't have a lot of good runs as Deathwing. Like, only being able to be wounded on 4s was a meme. Like, for some armies, they just got absolutely rolled by it, and for others, they just walked over me. The Ravenwing list I had pretty good success with. I had a couple of 5-1 GTs. This edition, 10th, I've been playing, you know, base Codex, Marines.
Hold. Give the Hive Beast a moment.
And I've had 2 5-1 events so far in 10th.
Just now.
The Bio-Titan is just background. I mean, I could see us interacting with it in some way. We'll see.
That's amongst my confirmed kills.
I know the assault bolter has already been data mined. That I think is particularly curious.
It is not dead.
Titus, can you elaborate?
The swarm would go feral without their connection to the hive mind, but their focus is still on the relay. Reports confirm the lieutenant's assessment. Enemy cohesion still in full effect. That beast is not yet dead.
Message
I
received.
think you have the wrong backpack color on BO5.
Look, the rubble is shifting down there.
Imagine a Bio-Titan throwing down with a knight or something in the background. Oh, there's so many cool potentials.
Relic over here.
BO5, there's a Guardian Relic, take it.
Inserting pressure.
Oh, oops, help.
You require a spotter. My Auspex is precisely targeted.
I have not needed someone to mark my target since I was a scout. Wait, Valius. Can your device identify the weak points of today's foe?
And its machine spirit is
You were hated for your old Dreadnought spam list in 8th when all we had were Index Marines.
Brother, you shall guide
I've been running Ironstorm most of all 10th edition, like 90% of this edition. And And up until this most recent balance patch, I was running no infantry except for my tech marine. Oh, no, I lied. I'm sorry. I've been running Inceptors, but Inceptors are kind of required to be competitive. But yeah, at one point I was running 2 to 3 Invictors, 2 to 3 Brutalis, multiple Gladiators, multiple Repulsors, just in various combinations of 2s and 3s depending on the points in the list. But I haven't played since Space Marine 2 came out, so. Apparently we're getting another balance this month, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with points, because I'd like to get out and start playing again when the next points change drops. Hopefully Marines will get a little love in some other areas, because there are a few things that are just a little too weird in Space Marine lists right now. Plus Town need a points increase.
Fresh magazine in.
No, the lists are fixed. You have to, most tournaments require that you submit your list, you know, 1 to 2 weeks in advance. And even if a points change comes out, your list is set in stone. Not a system I inherently approve of, but you know.
If that thing can still move like that, I doubt we can head it off.
Objective on the other side.
Tell us a report.
Giving chase to this damn thing.
This is a Death Watch helmet, Astrofel, and you will put it on after this. We'll not be tolerating any of this half-skull nonsense.
Is this the dead zone?
We have no choice but to follow. Let us hope this is not a trap.
Rearming.
It is trying to climb. We need to head up.
Watch your fire, brother.
Yeah, it's...
Exterminate.
What kind of wave crap is that? I mean, I think it was fine in that I was just sitting in the thick of it. You know, it was all right by me. It was kind of funny though.
Swapping Changing magazine.
Do Space Marines have to work out? Yes.
We are allies.
Or if they don't have to, they do anyways. But yes, Space Marines work out. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the whole, you know, like sometimes a week out for an event isn't too bad. I don't need it.
Chameleon
line cloak ready.
But yeah, I think if points come out even up to, you know, 24 hours before an event, yeah, we're all professionals when we play 40k. Like, you know, build a new list, cope, and if you can't, sucks to suck.
Return to fight. I do not trust this.
Can I imagine that with pre? No, I did several things like that pre-patch. You just have to play a little bit slower. No. Where's the follow-up, bitch? Why are you running?
rearming. Changing magazine.
That was a really well-timed... Oh, I pressed spacebar, game.
Fresh magazine in.
I guess I can use this time to grab ammo while I'm at it.
Fresh
I got crack grenades there for the second phase.
reloading.
Weapons up. It is not dead.
I'm gonna save for after.
Crackling with energy.
Wait for the Auspex.
Throwing crack grenade.
A nice health bar, scum.
Will you just die?
Erased? Obviously. No Xeno can stand before the might of the Imperium's mailed fist. And crack grenades. As much as I appreciate they were like, well, you know, 3 Marines wouldn't really be able to fight a tyrant if it wasn't wounded. I disagree. Give me the unwounded fight. That's how you do the mission properly. It's very satisfying. Especially if you manage to save up like 2 or 3 melta-bombs. Because the Auspex, the melta-bomb damage with the Auspex is literally 25% of his health. So yeah, you can just put 3 at his feet, and then as soon as you hit the Auspex, you detonate, and it's just, you know, 75% of his health gone in a moment. Very satisfying. All right. Unfortunately, I just have to go straight across the bottom. 10% more damage and 10% more damage against Terminus. That's fine, I suppose. Take the accuracy. Accuracy 5 is not great, but it's not terrible either, so we're getting there. They've never seen your 3 Blade Guard fight one. I mean, that's kind of hard this edition because of how fucked they got in terms of what damage output they can do. Plus, every Hive Tyrant that you see in a Tyranid list these days is like 5 up, feel no pain. As soon as it takes 1 damage, it has a 4 up, feel no pain. And you're like, right, sure it does. Oh, grenade launcher absolutely destroys him. Yeah, no doubt. Which I am perfectly okay with, as a matter of fact. It is Mark 10 Phobos, yeah. Yeah, so you have your basic Mark 10, that is this, but then you have the Phobos variant, which is the lighter one, and then the Gravis is also Mark 10. It's just called Mark 10 Gravis. Oh, there we go. I think that was the last piece of war gear I needed to unlock as well, right? Yee. Well, I still have weapons to level up. Oh, the Deathwatch skull? No, it's no, it isn't Phobos. It's a regular intercessor helmet. So I have on my Schnoipe. Cause mama didn't raise no non-helmet using bitch. Oh, for Vanguard? Not for Vanguard, you just use the helmeted one. Yeah. Better? Well, if you have a helmet on, then immediately. Oh, whoops. Look at this nerd not using a helmet either. Sick of these. Ah, much better. Look at that. That's gorgeous. Put your helmets on correct. The Codex Astartes requires that they wear helmets. Thinking about the daily rituals of Marine where it's just fight practice, Emperor, and 15 minutes of free time. Yeah, because Astartes sleep 4 hours on average, which means that 20 hours of their days are, you know, gear preparation rituals, spiritual rituals to maintain, you know, mental and psychic health. And then, yeah, physical and weapons training for the rest. And that is all usually in flight between war to war. And crayon doodling for the Blood Angels. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you know, some chapters need to get their crayon doodles in or else they get angry. Thank you for the games, Astrafel. You take care, brother.
Our Vox transmissions are not reaching the astropathic relay station.
All right, we've got a spot if anybody would like to join us. I could throw up a code here or get an invite.
From him, the Emperor protects.
God, look at these nerds playing Throne and Liberty.
Entering the Vox blackout area now.
Imagine playing that weeb trash.
Get out.
Invite you? I've been invited.
Overrun. Let us intervene, brothers.
If Rabute and the Lion are awake now, does that mean they'll attack Abaddon soon? I couldn't even begin to imagine what the writers have in store for something like that. Here's the thing, right? Abaddon does not have the ability to beat Gilliman or the Lion in combat. Which means that if they ever had a meeting, it would just end with Abaddon running away with his tail tucked between his legs, being saved by some Deus Ex Machina that would be really unsatisfying. So I would prefer to not do. One match? That's acceptable.
Fresh magazine in. Resist the Tyranid wave, brothers.
Hey, attack me.
Throwing frag grenade. We are allies.
Also, in your base, one match is more than acceptable. Isn't Abaddon the CEO of evil? Yes.
Check your aim.
But Abaddon was also just a regular space marine before all of that.
But we might be the last ones here.
Heretics are jamming all comms.
Why is he so weak? Well, because he was just a regular space marine.
Xenos have been throwing themselves at some odd-looking barrier nearby. Probably the only reason they haven't overwhelmed
One single guardsman survived. Good. That means they can continue to serve the Emperor. What's the play for Chaos now? Spreading Discord through the Imperium, hoping it implodes. Well, we'll see what happens with them having Alpha Primus's gene seed.
No telling what surprises await.
Supposedly there was already a book that goes into it a little bit, but I haven't read it yet. On the list of things to do. But yeah, I mean, it's mostly just fighting Tyranids and fighting the Imperium and fighting orcs and fighting Necrons. You know, everybody's just kind of fighting for the galaxy. Oh, whoops. Horus can't come back. Well, at least there's no soul of Horus to come back. According to the rules of the universe, though, the Emperor should be more than able to come back.
Put your fire, brother.
He's vastly more powerful than all of the Chaos Gods combined. And because the material world and the immaterium are a reflection of each other, he should just be able to fix his body and carry around the light of the Astronomicon with him. So, I mean... And again, that's just based off the rules of the universe, so... The only reason it hasn't happened yet is because it is also the end of the story. And that doesn't exactly work for a business. Well, he doesn't even have to die. He's just... Like, he's so powerful because of all the prayer and everything that he's been given for 10,000 years and all the psychers that have been sacrificed to him.
Swapping magazine.
Yeah, they were trying to clone Horus, and I think Abaddon put a stop to that because he was like, no, no, no. I am the captain now. Sanguinius will come back. Well, we already know that Sanguinius is operating as an agent within the universe through the Sanguinor and Mephiston, sort of. The Sanguinor, yes. Mephiston, sort of. So that's the thing. Ghost Ferris is leading a, you know, similar ghostly super unit. You know, like protecting the webway, but the webway portal thing on Terra could be fixed now because again the Emperor is just so powerful. And then Ghost Ferris could come back because apparently Ferris Manus's body is still alive and is regrowing a mechanic, or has already grown a metal head, which means that the Emperor could just put Ferris's soul in it and then Ferris Manus would be back. A Hellbrood in here? What happened to Ferris? Oh, Ferris Manus got his head chopped off in the Horus Heresy. He was the first one to die, quote unquote.
Heretic forces approaching. Releasing frag grenade. Rearming.
Oh shit.
Stim injection.
Are you kidding me?
Blighted presence.
He read the story that the Horus clones were really bad, like mutated, without any of his soul, so Abby went, nope. Yeah. I mean, supposedly the clone of Fulgrim was perfect, but that was, you know, fabulous Bill doing his own shenanigans. So
ready to scan. All specs engaged.
Altar destroyed.
good. You've never heard that before? Oh, well, yeah. And then it's a Mechanicus book that references the body growing ahead. Well, so Ferris Manus, you know, part of the reason his legion ended up being named the Iron Hands were that he dipped his, you know, his hands in necrodermis, which is the living metal that the Necrons are made out of. And yeah, and there's a Mechanicus book that I think is called Forge of Mars or something like that, where they talk about the body of Ferris Manus regrowing a head made out of necrodermis. Whatever that ends up leading to. Oh, the Space Wolves Primarch. Oh yeah, no, Russ is in the warp somewhere doing warp stuff. No idea what that'll end up leading to. Something related to the Norse mythology of Ragnarok, I'm sure. Because the GW writers just won't be able to help themselves.
Deep scan justice for turning against your brother's traitor. War gear acquired.
Ferris deserved better. Well, I mean, if he gets a metal head out of it, it'll be a lot harder to chop his head off. Although necrodermis isn't particularly resilient, it just regrows. You just put it back on.
Injecting stims. Heresy led you to this end.
You remember that he ended up trading with Trazyn the Infinite for that clone? Oh, he might have, yeah.
Break that damn thing apart! Let us see how the traitors fare against the xenos.
Russ is looking for the Tree of Life to heal the Emperor and fighting a huge number of Thousand Sons who are trapped in some sort of time dilation from the heresy. That sounds about like you would expect. I don't know what book there's reference for that though. Because I don't think it's not referenced in any of the ones that I've read. Even Ashes of Prospero doesn't mention it.
Position reduced. Move on target.
Ah, look at that. Look at that helmet. It's glorious.
Check your aim. Just death for a betrayal.
My helmet does not look almost beaky. You take that back immediately.
We are allies.
As if I'd ever be caught dead wearing the beaky piece of filth. Y'all Stormcaller's book. Okay. I'll have to see if I remember to add it to my list of things to read. I just finished reading Oaths of Damnation, the new Exorcist book. Oh, lost BO5. And it was kind of mediocre. Nothing really exciting happens in it. It's got some cool lore about the Exorcist, but they also retcon them to be Sons of Dorn instead of, you know, an inquisitorial chapter, which is weird. What is my faction? All of my Marines are based off of the Carcharodons Astra. The Space Sharks. Of which my entire tabletop collection is also based off of as well.
Only engage when engaged. We have more important tasks ahead. Primitive tactics. The Emperor's will is done.
A lot of books are no longer canon as the story places the current story in a dumbass place. Well, that's up to GW to decide, and as far as I've seen, they haven't exactly come out with a list that said, hey, these books are not canon, but... So yes, there is some goofy stuff still in the lore, but... The newer stuff has been consistent. Like, everything that's come out since 2018 has been kind of in line with, you know, what's going on. Some of the Space Marine Battles books are silly. Like Rin's World, man, reading Rin's World was fucking painful. But Hell's Reach, Battle of the Fang, and a couple others that I'm blanking on the names of, like those are pretty excellent and fit in well. Yeah, they made the Exorcists Imperial Fist successors in the new book, and I don't know why. Because before they were a Grey Knight successor, and that the Inquisition had a tight leash on them, you know, with the whole fucking, you know, demon possession, but apparently it's all in-house now. Well, I mean, there's still an Inquisitor involved in the novel, but it's, yeah, it's, I don't know, it's weird, and I don't like it. But it was written by Robbie McNiven, and, you know. Anything older? It just depends on the thing.
blast radius.
Like, I believe Battle of the Fang is an accurate telling of this, you know, the Thousand Sons invading Fenris. Obviously, Hell's Reach is super canon.
Changing magazine.
Most of the Horus Heresy is canon, even though that started being written like 30 years ago. So yeah, you just kind of have to pick and choose and, you know, discuss among your friends what you guys think is real and not. Whatever you're discussing, as long as you have references and it's, you know, believable, I don't have any problem with it.
Down we go, boys, to the source of this corruption.
Especially considering the potency of Dorn gene seed has been dwindling for centuries. Well, any of that would have been undone by the Primaris.
Swapping magazine.
You like the books where the new Eldar faction gives Armin of the Thousand Sons a way to fix his massive balls up of a spell? Well, and then just to fuck with him, they kill, like, what is it? Yvrain undoes a couple of them, and instead of, you know, instead of making an ally out of the Thousand Sons forever, she kills them like an asshole. Women, am I right? Oh shit.
Rearming.
I'm just so random. Yeah.
Changing valor and virtue triumph over vile.
There's a Guardian Relic here.
Our objective awaits. Refill.
What is the Brazen Consul's helmet for? I do not know.
Fresh munitions.
It's not a chapter I'm familiar with.
Do not get turned around.
What weapon for tactical do I use? All of them. I'm using the auto bolt rifle right now because I'm leveling it.
Reloading.
But I have every tactical weapon relic level except for the bolt rifle and the auto bolter, who I'm working on right now.
Ammunition cache here.
What's up, Jamaican?
Just death for a betrayer. Swapping magazine.
Countdown sequence.
Locate a second.
What is the Imperium's currency called? I think it's just credits. Some worlds will have their own individual currency, but I think overall it's just Imperial credits. No gene seed around here? Is it thrones? I mean, Throne seems fine. My top 3 favorite factions, Space Marines, and Space Marines. Yeah, that one's real easy for me. I've, had to practice that response in the mirror a few times, but I got it down. Which of the bolt rifles do I think is the best? The grenade launcher, no doubt. But if we exclude the grenade launcher, then the heavy bolt rifle I think is the best. Or the stalker bolt. Actually, maybe the stalker.
Picking up extra rounds.
Like, the stalker takes the longest to level, but if you can get the stalker to relic, I think the stalker is really excellent. But I also really like the relic heavy bolt rifle too, so.
Full space, ready to scan. The arch enemy are at our doorstep. Grant them only defeat. Throwing frag grenade. Fragmentation device in play.
In a really old Chaos book, they have a bunch of Alpha Legion going around the Imperium impersonating a bunch of Ultramarines, doing things that seem to only help the Imperium, like fight off orcs and Tyranids. Well, that's the infinite discussion, right? Is like how much of the Alpha Legion is actually a traitor and how much of them are loyalist. The galaxy may never know.
Reloading.
Still paused on the 3rd Space Marine, needs work.
Administering self-aid.
Okay, fair enough. We are all Alfarius. This is true.
Corruption.
You hate Alpha Legion lore so much, it attracts some really unhinged takes. Yeah. Oh, is that not the best part of it? Come on.
Unidentified warp-enabled pocket encounter. Indexing data.
What do you mean just accept their chaos and move on? Is it not more interesting that the Alpha Legion is split and, in their own twisted ways are helping the Imperium? No, it's stupid. I don't know. I think it adds more to the universe than it takes away.
Demon, returning fire.
How many Alpha Legion Marines do we think there are? Oh, I have no idea. That is a really abstract question. At least 2. Yeah, there are a lot. Or maybe there aren't a lot. We don't know. I've never read any books from the perspective of the Alpha Legion, so. I'm not as familiar with their operations. The Alpha Male Legion, led by Chad Farius and Tyrogadon. It would be kind of ironic, considering that they're all about subtlety and, subterfuge.
It strikes at us.
I think I'm actually going to equate the Alpha Legion thing to the Risen and Fallen. I think it adds a lot more to the potential for character work to have loyalist
We have the momentum.
Alpha Legion, and that there's just a few of them scattered across the galaxy, and they, like, you know, they occasionally meet up through odd dead drops and whatnot. Because, you know, the Lion coming back and figuring out, oh hey shit, there's a bunch of my, you know, loyal sons from Caliban that kind of got fucked over, and I'm not really okay with that, as a matter of fact, considering it was half my fault. I like that. I like that writing. I think it's good stuff there.
Demon host attacks. Avoid its foul sorcery.
The fact that the Alpha Legion are being led by a Primarch impersonating another Primarch is funny as heck. I mean, if you're into it. You wish they'd add more factions and xenos as enemies? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Purported. I mean, they've got a year-ish worth of planned content, but I don't see any reason why this game couldn't have a really successful 3-4 year development period. Like, even if it takes 18 months for us to get an entire new faction, that seems particularly worth it to me. Especially that they're at, what, 4 million sales already? And that's a lot of opportunities to sell cosmetics as well, you know, from the more cynical side. Yeah, I can get with it. I mean, and anything like that is always going to encourage another several 100,000 people to buy the game, especially if it's, you know, 20% off or whatnot. You know, 20-25% plus the amount of people that'll pick it up through sales and new hardware. Yeah, Inubase, I appreciate you hanging out with us. All right. It is a lot of work. That is the thing with this game, though. It is really high quality, and from what the developers have spoken about in their Q&As and blog posts so far, they don't seem particularly keen on sacrificing any of that quality. Did I buy the concept art DLC? I don't think I have, or if I have, I haven't looked at it yet. But yeah, so, you know, adding a new faction is an extensive project for sure. Could you join Dual Force? Absolutely, yeah. I got more in me. How far away am I from leveling that up? 2 missions? Yeah. Let me put up an old invite while I use the restroom. So anybody who wants to join for a game or two, you're more than welcome to. And I'll be right back. I have not listened to the soundtrack outside of the game. Another failing on my part. But I like what we hear of it in the game, so probably worthwhile. Ping's not very solid. Ooh, maybe it'll be better when we get in game. This is a good looking bulwark though, if I had to say. Interesting that you'd have one leg with a different color. Oh, you know, your chest metal is a different color as well. Interesting. Do you? Yeah, your chest metal is gold and your legs are different color golds or different color metals. Hey, man. How you doing, brother? Or at least you did in there. I'll double check when we get in game.
Used to store promethium in the refinery to destroy the enemy swarm. The Cadians were tasked with providing assistance, but we have sent.
Oh, last cry join. Nice.
Outpost and establish their fate.
Oh yeah, no, it's still the same. Yeah, interesting.
Demolitions deployment. Trigger detonation only when the main swarm has entered the blast zone. Captain Akaram will coordinate our efforts over Vox.
Deployed and ready.
You always like the fact that all the loyalists left over from the Legions of the Turn Traitor ended up becoming Black Shields, becoming Agents of Malkador, or starting the Grey Knights. Yeah. You were looking for someone who knows a little something about Warhammer. Seems like you came to the right place. Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, maybe I've read like an article or two, like a Wikipedia page.
Disgusting tyranid scum.
Maybe I've, you know, heard a little third-party stuff here and there. Played a little Warhammer lore banana phone, you know. Don't mind the 20,000 or so points of tabletop models that I own that are all Space Marines, except for a Demon Prince. My entire collection is Space Marines, and then I just have a Demon Prince that somebody gifted me. And we don't talk about him.
Changing magazine.
It's funny to think Gilman has to deal with an error he made during the heresy, and now he gets to fight the Nids. I wonder if that's been addressed, because I don't know if Gillen would have knowledge of the fact that the Nids are anything to do with him. Didn't I have an Astra Militarum set? I think I got rid of it. You think I would tolerate owning anything other than Space Marines? Absolutely not. Banned? Ugh. You will not taint my collection. Might have the block stance on Fist. Nice. Have I tried Marksman on Sniper? Yes, I have mine at Relic. I like it a lot. Like, you have to play 1 or 2 missions with the regular carbine, and then you immediately swap that shit to Marksman. You know, I expected that to do more damage, honestly. Whoops, that was my fault.
Fresh magazine in.
Guys?
Rearming.
That did not hit me. Excuse me. Okay.
Brother,
No
extend your
shame
hand.
in needing assistance.
Ten carnifexes to dodge you up.
Oh, nice.
Swapping magazine.
Fuck you, Carnifex. He does not admit it, but in one of the Dark Imperium books, he was looking at the path of the Hive Fleets and was like, oh, they all came from that direction?
We made our Primarch proud this day.
Look, here's the thing. The fact that you can parry and pistol shot and stagger the Hive Tyrant, wounded or not, like, that's fine. The fact that the Carnifex takes a 20mm high explosive armor piercing shell to the face and then doesn't get staggered, well, even like the 25mm of the heavy bolt pistol or the plasma pistol is just, it's dumb. It's clearly not working as intended, or correction, if it's working as intended, I think it's bad design. Considering how you like manhandle the Carnifex as part of its kill animation,
Precisely what.
you should be more than able to just, you know, parry and stagger it with precise shots to the face. Even a wounded Hive Tyrant is more of a threat than a Carnifex.
All specs ready to scan.
Approaching the Astra Militarum camp. It is deadly quiet.
Reporting in. Team has arrived at the Imperial Guard camp.
Talassa, you need to acquire the Astra Militarum demolition codes required to deploy and arm their
Giving me a
ordnance.
mortal wound like
Source one
that.
from any soldier you see,
I'll
alive
take it.
or otherwise.
I'll take it. After, let's see. After spending some, maybe a lot, of time on Magic the Gathering and some time on D&D and some German P&P, you got interest in Warhammer 40k. Space Marine looks fun, but is it worth starting with the first part, or can you just start with Space Marine 2? You can just start with Space Marine. So, Space Marine 1 is not a particularly long campaign. if you have like an afternoon, you could just watch a playthrough for the story bits. I think it's fun to play, but it is a relic of its time.
We have located the code, Command. Proceed to the Prometheum refinery and complete.
But no, I do not think it's required. There are some references to the first game, and you don't get quite enough context for somebody fully uninitiated. But yeah, no, it's definitely optional, and nothing you can't watch in a YouTube playthrough or a story vid. Just even like in all cutscenes or something like that, if you have the time and or interest. You get... How dare you suggest that you get tired of shooting orcs? That is heathenous blasphemy. Ban him immediately. Getting tired of shooting orcs? Absolutely not. Suffering out the greenskin to live? Exactly. Absolutely inconceivable that you would suggest something of the sorts. Nonsense. Unless you're some kind of orc sympathizer. I think chaos gets old, yeah. I think the fighting chaos is a lot less satisfying in the first game. Watch the storyline start blasting orcs. Well, there's no orcs in this one. This one is Tyranids and Thousand Suns.
All specs prime.
But yeah, watch the first one, buy the second one, start blasting Tyranids and traitors.
Changing magazine.
Oh, I think a lot of Space Marine 1 holds up really well.
Fresh magazine in.
Its core gameplay loop is pretty hard to say that it gets old. It's mostly just the fact that like it looks its age, and even then it still looks okay.
Target is rallying reserve forces. Halt it.
Yeah, Space Marine 1 does falter with the chaos side of things, though. The Fist is not your shanty. The Fist is mediocre. I didn't mind getting it to Relic once I had the, the purple version, but
Another xenos fireform eliminated. Swapping magazine. Picking up extra rounds.
oh. Did our sniper just get sniped? Because that seems a little unorthodox.
Reloading.
Talassa, the Cadians are running out of time. How close are you to the Prometheum facility?
Entering the refinery, Command.
You are making good time. We are going to need it.
You did?
Stay close and sharp.
And with the las fusel? Oh my goodness.
Let us finish what the
You gotta fix your bulwark colors? Yeah, absolutely.
Use the cords to break the wall and finish demolitions deployment into the crypt immediate well.
I think the white with the red lining looks really great. So yeah, absolutely. Get it all uniform. It'll look real good. There's a Guardian Relic here.
My mark.
Munitions here. Replenishing vitality.
Deployment has begun.
Rites of activation have been observed. The generators hum in the machine god's name. Crane sequencing initialized. Delivering payload.
You spent some time watching 40k lore, timeline, and Legion stories. No, what's your favorite thing you've learned about so far? And it better be how much you love the Emperor.
Let us keep that swarm from ever reaching generator 4.
Vacate generator 4's cowling.
Horus did everything wrong. What is with all this revisionist traitors did nothing wrong nonsense?
X-Specs is aligned by the Omnissiah's will. Orders. It is just a semester of generator 4 in progress. Punish the ignorant iconoclasts.
Target seeks to mobilize reinforcements. Exterminate broke the xenos onslaught. So enthralled, focus on your sight.
Y-axis aligned. Margin of error
No.
0.09.
Zone throw? More like a Zoan. Nope.
The Omnissiah's divine precision. Hold out a while longer. The deal is nearly done. Generator 4 is suffering mechanistic palpitations. Provide service before components are harmed.
I wonder if this is bugged right now, because this is the second time it said defend generator 4, and then nothing spawned.
Changing magazine.
Could I explain how to level up the weapon perk trees? Yes. So every so there's two things you need. So every weapon needs a certain hold on, sorry. Every rarity requires that you level, or that you acquire, sorry. Every level of colored rarity requires that you earn an X amount of EXP with that weapon first and foremost. That's how you get the different rarities. And then on top of that, you also have to do the mission that corresponds with the colored armory data. So there's 4 tiers of colors and there's 4 difficulties. So you get greens from difficulty 1 and 2 to get to, you know, green rarity stuff.
Deep scan ready.
Difficulty 3 for purples and difficulty 4 for oranges. And to increase each tier, you have to, like I said, you have to earn a specific amount of EXP with that weapon archetype. The individual weapons, if you have excess armory data, you can spend to automatically get their perk point. If not, then you have to earn their perk points by getting a certain amount of EXP while using that weapon specifically. Sure, you love the Emperor, but questioning his authority is not the worst thing, right? That seems like an awfully heretical thought process. It's a weird system, is it? It is not normal, but I think it works well enough. The only thing that I think is weird about it is that the amount of EXP that you need to level up the rarities is not the same amount of EXP that you need to level up all the weapons underneath that rarity. So like if there's only 2 different archetypes under that, then you can get both your perk points, but you still need to use them to get more EXP. You don't get how you get a mastery point. The mastery points are earned per one per weapon archetype. So it's the little star, and you can earn them either by spending armory data or by using that weapon in missions to get EXP for it. And it's, you know, and it's, like I said, it's locked by the rarities as well. It's 1 perk point per weapon. Oh, there's our armory data. So yeah, so like we have 2 armory data right now.
Run distraction efforts as long as you can.
And armory data can be substituted. Higher armory data can be substituted for lower armory data. So if you get to the point where you're super good at the game and you're going to be doing nothing but difficulty 3 and 4, then anytime you level up white and green weapons, you can just spend purple and orange armory data on it, and it's fine. Apologies for stuttering over that so much. I had to get all my thoughts in the right place for how to describe everything without overlapping descriptions.
To my mark.
And I'll tell you what, thinking ain't a whole lot of my expertise. I'm here to do 2 things, and those are praise the Emperor and purge his enemies. Neither of them require a whole lot of them thinkings. Mm-hmm. Am I interested in any of the Christmas box sets, say the Dark Angels box? I really like the Dark Angels box because it is a bunch of stuff that well, actually, I already have 6 Inner Circle companions, so that's the only one that I'd be duplicating on. Everything else in that box is awesome for me because I don't have a lion yet. But I would not purchase them myself. Because the thing is, I already own 30 Deathwing Knights of the old version, and I just really can't be bothered to buy the new ones. Like, they are gorgeous models, but yeah, I'm just kind of like, meh. And I'm not really playing Dark Angels this edition. Oh yeah, no, the new Deathwing models are gorgeous.
Changing magazine.
Oh, and if anybody, you know, for anybody who's new here, on my Instagram is my Gilliman. Not my, like, you know, the Gilliman that I had commissioned for me, but it is a particularly unique Gilliman. And so if I ever got the lion, I would want to get something similar done to it. So and that's not within my means at the moment. So yeah, not like chomping at the bit to get the lion.
Hive mind low tower.
But yes, it's an awesome box. For anybody who wants to play Dark Angels, it's an awesome box. Half price is too good. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Again, we'll see. I mean, we've got a couple months until Christmas, so my opinion might change. Honestly, my opinion might change based on the points balancing that we get, though. I'm kind of when it comes to the tabletop, I'm kind of in a headspace of like, I'm playing base Codex Astartes right now, just because I'm trying to, you know, I'm just trying to win with them to prove to myself that I can do it often.
What surprises await.
And mechanized Astartes is really entertaining right now. Like running, you know, 4 or 5 dreadnoughts and a couple vehicles, like that's just, it's really doing something for my brain. So like, maybe Maybe I'll pick up a box just to say that I did.
We need that bomb triggered
And, you know,
for
have it in the back in case 11th edition does something for my Dark Angels that I like.
Not be in position for a while yet. Keep your
It's a
heads
really good box,
and get
though.
it done.
So, we will see.
Enemies have split from the main force. Fuel has intercept. Get ready to ignite it.
Rearming.
The enemy are igniting from you.
The bulk of the swarm is continuing along the protected path. Continue holding.
Another xenos fire form eliminated. Swapping magazine.
My big project for this edition, though, is I'm really hoping that the Space Wolves get a good book. I want to do Shark Wolves for this edition.
Another bird.
But that's going to be like mid to late 2025 at this point, considering how like glacially slow they are releasing codexes. So we will see.
Ammunition cache here. Changing magazine.
Halfway there, brothers. Keep it up.
Space Wolves are furries and their Primarch can't read. Well, you're doubly wrong, but also sharks. Fun fact, Casey. Oh, sharks can't read. What? That's just like your opinion, man.
Rearming.
You've become more of a hobbyist collector than a player at this point. That's fine. I just don't. I'm not really a creative person in the sense that is required for good hobbying stuff. I like to build and I like to convert my shark stuff. But yeah, painting hurts. I'm not good at it, and I just never have been able to make a setup ergonomic enough to where I would enjoy it. But playing, I love playing. Like, I find the people that I play with here in Texas, they're just such a fun bunch. Like, I take it really seriously, and I can be that guy a lot, which I'm very open about, and it's just the way I am, and I'm totally okay with it. But I fucking adore playing. When GW hasn't absolutely fucked me in the ass with, you know, power creep and rules balancing, which this edition they've been really good about, so, you know.
Dispensing stims.
Yeah, but I'm okay. I'm okay with not doing any like real major hobby projects until 2025.
We are allied.
A lot of my time right now has been spent rebuilding my, you know, my streaming and social media, which I've not been doing a great job at, but trying. I have so much more of a passion for gaming than this. Like I said, I do love playing though, so, you know, swings and roundabouts, little things here and there. But time and money are limited, of course, so. There is a reason that a lot of 40k hobbyists and collectors are not, you know, equivalent levels of gaming. They are rather expensive altogether. Stealing your kills? Of course! All your kills are belong to me.
You are clear to detonate. Cook those rotten bastards.
Yes, Captain. You heard him.
Jumping Prometheus. The sight. Tyranid biosigns down 90% and falling. Swarm annihilation confirmed. Excellent work. Move to extract.
Wouldn't mind one more. I'm good for one more.
Extraction complete.
I'm
Returning
chilling.
to
It's a good day.
Commendable work, brothers. You honor your chapter. Be ready for rearm, refit, and redeployment immediately.
You've been chilling, just painting a Nova Marine captain while watching? Ooh. Are you doing the quartering and everything? I mean, I would assume so. It's required by law. Yep, that's what I like to hear. You've been playing the Battlefield Gothic tabletop version so much after finding the biggest find in models at a car boot sale. Neat. Battlefield Gothic, the video game, Armada, the first one is kind of what, you know, started my career, quote unquote, on Twitch. So I have a big, you know, sentimental connection to it. If they ever re-released it, I would probably buy a rather large collection of Imperial vessels. So yeah, oh, now that I'm out of a mission and I can talk about how leveling everything up works. So yeah, so you have to earn, you know, X amount of EXP to level up each bracket. And then in each bracket, you spend currency to unlock the weapon or the weapon sub-archetype. And then you can spend currency to automatically get the talent point for it, or you have to earn 2600 EXP with it to get the talent point, or the perk point, whatever you want to call it. Which at this point, I've got so much that I just do this. Your connection, Derp? No problem. I'll put the invite up in just a second. You'd let your daughter paint your stuff? Hell yeah. I know people that do that. That have their kids paint things for them, and I think it's wonderful. 10% reload. After using a class ability, maximum spread decreases by 25%. 10% damage against terminus enemies, and 20% ammo reserves right now. We'll do just fine. But yeah, so now I have to earn 10,000 something. Oh, sorry, 9,500 more EXP to get to the next tier. Do I want to use the grenade launcher? I mean, the grenade launcher's fun, but I kind of want the 6+ accuracy, honestly. £30 for over 100 ships for Imperial, Chaos, Orcs, Eldar, and Forge World Tau. Nice. Yeah, that's a ton of stuff that you'd even be able to, like, that's enough for you to just be able to invite friends over and give them stuff to play with as well. That's badass. When you start this game tomorrow, do you have any general tips? You do look like the Hulk. God damn it, I hate that. General tips, I mean, I'd say play the campaign on whatever difficulty most appeals to you, and I think the campaign is a really great introduction to everything. You know, it even tells you while you're playing it, you know, hey, if you want to, you could play the operations, so all of the operations, which is what we've been doing, they take, so these 6 missions, well, sorry, these first 5 missions, they all take place side by side with one of the events in the campaign. And the game will tell you, hey, you know, these operations correspond with the campaign you're about to do. If you want to play them first to get more context for the mission you're about to do, you can. If not, you can just play the campaign. But yeah, I think the campaign is a pretty good, you know, tutorial for all of the experiences you're gonna get. Like, it's pretty thorough. So yeah, get friends for the campaign. Oh sure, yeah, if you can force some people at gunpoint to play the campaign with you, absolutely. It's the only reason you get to play, is not many people have ships anymore. Your old fleets you already had, we can make almost any sort of fleet you want for Chaos and Imperial and Space Marines. That's sick, I like that. Nothing like a little beer hammer with the old, you know, stuff. I dig it. This is not going to be fun for you, at least the boss. You're a bulwark, you'll be all right. Yeah, there's... Oh, actually, Demand, there you go. That's the thing. There are no rewards for the campaign. So beating the campaign is purely up to you in terms of how you want to do it. Your allied teammates, the AI, they're not... Like, I beat the campaign on the hardest difficulty solo, but it wasn't the most pleasant experience. So yeah, just take that into mind. The only thing you have to prove is whatever you want to prove to yourself. Other than that, it's mostly just to experience how fucking awesome the set pieces are.
Persist in the defense of the bridge until you confirm that the Xenos Overlord has entered the kill zone. Then trigger the detonation.
And the unique, you know, boss fights for the campaign. There's a lot of cool stuff in the campaign. Like, we were talking about Space Marine 1 a little bit earlier, right? Like, thinking about how the first game ends with a QTE and just comparing it to how absolutely badass the final fight is in this game for the single player, like, it is a stark difference.
Acknowledged. Proceeding to relay. Maintain box reports. Gamma clears out.
Rearming.
No, there's no achievement. That is a very, like, modern game development thing where they don't have achievements for beating stuff on the hardest difficulties anymore. I mean, some games do, but yeah, it's definitely something that's fading out as the market tries to appeal to more and more casuals. Which is a shame, because people who play video games these days, they're not really casuals anymore. I mean, gaming has very much become a part of a lot of first world, you know, lifestyles. People aren't really afraid to play on higher difficulties. At least it doesn't feel like that to me in my experience, which, you know, limited sample size and a bit of a logical fallacy, but like, I don't know, man. I think people are more than happy to challenge themselves and improve.
Changing magazine.
Maybe Elden Ring contributed to that. Yeah, expand on that. Well, if you're going the direction I think you're going in it, not a lot of people who bought Elden Ring did a whole lot with it. Like, honestly, the achievement rates for, you know,
Swapping magazine.
For completions, not super high considering what, 14 million sales or something like that. Granted, I don't think Elden Ring is particularly good, so it doesn't really surprise me. Well, I don't think Elden Ring is particularly casual. I think Elden Ring is actually the hardest game in the series because of how badly designed it is mostly. But I don't think it's contributed particularly well to what I was just talking about because, again, not many people have really done a whole lot with it. Well, correction. A lower amount of people have done stuff with it, you know, compared to the amount of people that have bought it. And by done stuff, I mean, you know, even made it to like the late game gauntlet of enemies, DLC excluded.
My oath is my shield.
Oh, you're still using low level fist. Yeah, that makes sense as to why. Yeah, low level fist is brutal. It's the easiest because of crazy strong weapons and magic. I personally find Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Bloodborne to be easier, but that may just... This is the thing. Like, I replayed all of them. It's... The problem with Elden Ring is that even when you are... DS3 is the hardest? No. Well, maybe like... No. No, Dark Souls 3 doesn't have anything in it. Even Gale that compared to Melania. And even excluding Melania, Dark Souls 3 didn't have anything in it that compared to, like, just how spammy and bullshit something like, which one of the Godric's was it at the end? Godfrey? Yeah, Godfrey was horseshit on my first playthrough. Not to mention that when Elden Ring came out, I canceled my strength playthrough because of the fucking falling star beasts. Melanius. Well, okay, so here's the problem then. If we're gonna get into using the ashes as a conversation topic, then yes, Elden Ring is the easiest because they put ashes in the game. They make everything piss easy, and that's, you know, that is a failing on the game. Whereas I think if you're playing it, you know, if you're playing it solo, I think it's particularly difficult. Unless you come across some, you know, really OP bullshit.
Pathetic tyrannid abomination.
Because yeah, Elden Ring definitely has the potential for you to get the strongest out of all of the games, but I do think that requires a level of, you know, build knowledge that is not I don't know how many people are gonna run it. Well, that being said, I don't know. This is the problem with Elden Ring. It's a really complex topic because it's like, well, it's the easiest if you do this, but it's the hardest if you do this, but it's the easiest if you do this. Okay. Whereas the other games are like, no, you just kind of play them, and they're, you know, the difficulty is what it is because you're playing them. Well, and that's the kind of where I like, I don't want to go into the restricting yourself side of it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh wow, I missed a parry. Damn. Because I don't want to go into the restricting yourself side of things because I don't think it's on the player to restrict themselves to have the correct experience with a video game. Also, I think I'm just dead here. Whoops. Oh yeah, I'm just dead here. That's okay. My fault for missing a parry. But yeah, like Dark Souls 1, 3, and Bloodborne are such like carefully curated experiences that like there aren't too many builds in them that you're going to get early on and realize, man, this kind of breaks the game. It's so easy. Whereas Elden Ring has so much potential for power scaling in it that if you have any experience with the games, like it's very easy for you to break it's very easy to break the game and make it a very easy experience in a way that the other games don't quite have the same potential for.
The Munitorum does not store explosives to Codex Astartes standards.
But I think tit for tat, I think the bosses of Elden Ring are a lot more difficult. Like Orphan of Kos had nothing on pre-nerf Radon, you know, from the DLC, and nothing in Dark Souls 1 or 3 could compare them with Melania or yeah, Godfrey and Horaloo. Like the fact that Godfrey and Horaloo as a combination are nothing but just arena-wide, you know, full like lingering hitbox, you know, AoE attacks. Like it is some of the most bullshit stuff. And then having to fight the red hair guy. Sorry, my ability to remember the names for things is not as good as it once was. Magic is broken in DS1. Okay. The only magic that is broken in DS1 is the crystal magic. And the trade-off for it is that you still have to be good with it because you don't just get to like out, you know, again, without any meta knowledge, just as you play the game and you work through using sorceries, you're really not that strong. Like, I don't... Yeah, Consort Radon. Well, yeah, Consort Radon is horseshit. Self-restraint is the only way forward. Kind of. Here's the thing. I have like 400 hours in Elden Ring. I beat it with almost every build that I wanted to. Faith, Magic, Pyromancy, Strength, Dex, the works, right? I liked playing the game because the Souls series is very much like a comfort game.
Detecting my static mind. Direct me to where I can place these charges.
So, like, I have played it a lot more than I advocate for its quality. Dark magic is insane in DS1. My knowledge on that is actually kind of limited. Dark magic in Dark Souls 2 is insane. That's why I left Dark Souls 2 out of my initial set of statements, because I think Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring have a lot of similarities in that you kind of get really powerful in Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2, and you don't really, like, you don't even really have to have that much knowledge of the game. You just kind of, you know, get strong in a kind of unfettered, uncurated way that is not the same for DS1, 3, and Bloodborne. No, I think Dark Souls 1 is the best of, well, I think Dark Souls 1 is the best for the curated experiences, but I think Dark Souls 3 plays the best. I mean, Dark Souls 3 without a doubt has the best boss roster, DLCs included, and maybe excluded as well. We don't talk about DS2. I mean, I think it's fair to talk about Dark Souls 2. It's just that we all have to kind of understand that it's very much a weird... Talking about Dark Souls 2 is far more relevant when talking about Elden Ring than any of the others. Because I think a lot of what was wrong with Dark Souls 2 made it into into Elden Ring in a kind of way that we didn't need to. Oh yeah, man. Take care, brother. It was good having a chat with you. Hopefully you enjoy the game tomorrow. DS2 had a cool world to explore. You know, I think I agree with that. If you take all the enemies out of the game and you just walk around the world, yeah, I think they're pretty cool. Because the amount of spam bushes in Dark Souls 2 are brutal. But I have fond memories of Dark Souls 2, so I wouldn't want to take away too much from it. Like, I don't want my negativity towards that game to diminish anything that's positive. ABNH, I don't know that acronym. Oh, all boss no hit. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead and take that. I'll pick up the gene seed when we find it. Yeah, I played Dark Souls 2 on launch. Yeah, I was a couple years late to playing Dark Souls 1. I did not play that quite on launch. I think I was a year or two behind. But then, yeah, I played all the rest on launch.
Fresh munitions.
Yeah, launch DS2 had a lot less of the spam bush nonsense. Scholar of the First Sin is a crime. Like, I don't... Ugh. But yeah, base game Dark Souls 2 just had boss spam. That was a problem. And just really shit bosses and a lot of really bad hitboxes and lingering animations and all that.
This corridor. That's news. That's big. We may have to bring down the supply bridge.
We already took the liberty of rigging it to explode.
Is this a withdrawal order?
Negative. The objective is the Hive Tyrant, not the bridge. Defend this position until the Tyranid command unit is executed.
Understood, my lord.
Yeah, you can spin on the spot with the fist quite a lot.
Incoming!
I should try no hit DS1. I don't have the time for it these days. There's too many new games that I want to play, and I work, and between my work, my real life tabletop 40K stuff that I participate in because I need to, quote unquote, because I like it. The hobbying requirement of that, and then all the stuff that I do for streaming and content creation and whatnot. Like, I just do not have the time.
Disgusting Tyranid scum.
You have its attention. It is moving to intercept.
Plus, I'm old. Can you guys believe that I turn 60 next weekend?
Pathetic Tyranid of Lord.
They are in point-blank range.
Is DS3 the hardest to no-hit? I'd assume it's either Dark Souls 2, well, because Dark Souls 2 has so many bad animations, and because you have to level adaptability before you even get normal iframes. Plus, Elden Ring just has so much spam in it.
Keep your eyes peeled. The xenos make a beast will be infiltrated shortly.
Bro, that is one ugly leader beast.
Hold. Give the hive beast a moment. Detonate the charges now.
DS2 any percent isn't that hard. Yeah, no, I know. That I agree with. I have a particular fondness for watching the challenge runs, so my knowledge of them far exceeds any of my ability to actually do them. But
our tactics were sound. The swarm would go feral without their connection to the hive mind, but their focus is still on the relay.
yeah, the bosses are potatoes. It's mostly traversing between all of them. Yeah.
Enemy cohesion still in full effect. That beast is not yet dead.
Sounds like we have a hunt, brothers.
No gene seed around here?
We can hold this position, lords.
Not that I really need it.
Swarm off your backs while you hunt that thing.
It is over there, brothers, attempting to claw free.
DS3 does have tricky running sections. The Dragon Plateau springs to mind. Not to mention that anything with the DLC areas. Because you got juggled. Do you think the Emperor would approve of you getting juggled?
Swapping magazine.
Yeah, because as much as I like the Dark Souls 3 boss, the DLC bosses, man, those areas are like cranked to the max of difficulty. Of that, I have no disagreement.
Fresh magazine. Check your aim. Look at it flee.
Pursue and eliminate. We will not have a better opportunity to finish it off.
Oh. My gratitude, brother.
Thank you. Where'd that fucker go? Mr. Rock. What's going on, brother? Okay, I see that the extremist is still alive. Oh, there he is.
Suspects engaged. Changing magazine.
Elden Ring speedruns or aids. I like watching the final product of them, but yeah, I tried watching people as they routed it and attempted. It's That is the problem with Elden Ring speedruns is there is a lot of riding on the horse. You just ride and ride and ride and ride and ride and ride forever. Gene seed? Ah, gene seed, excellent.
Progenoids found.
I'm sorry, progenoids. Which I do like the name progenoid.
Caution. They may still attempt to ambush us.
Have I seen zipping when they teleport? Yes.
We are after the xenos overlord. It cannot run forever.
Yes, I have.
Lieutenant! Lord! Our Fox link is out. We must be nearing the relay.
We have no choice but to follow. Let us hope this is not a trap.
Kind of cringe. I like my glitchless runs over my...
All specs ready.
Like, I find glitchless to be really impressive.
Swapping magazine.
Okay.
Poison twists in my innards.
Speaking of cringe, when you have that many warriors with devourers stack up, or not devourers, sorry, the fucking barbed stranglers.
Changing magazine.
A non-Tyranid player knowing Nid weapon names? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they pop up in the game often enough, but I also know them from Dawn of War 2. I know all of them. Well, plus I know all of them from playing tabletop. Like, just because I play only Space Marines, I was pretty autistic in 8th and 9th edition. I've been a lot more casual about learning things for 10th, but yeah, no, I used to know the stat lines of every unit in the game for 8th and 9th edition. Even nowadays, I know everything with at least like a +1, -1 error. Because there's a lot of stuff that gets really weird, like 8-bound, which are like the super World Eater units, the super possessed. And, like they have like strength 13 shit, which is just weird. Like I know why it's strength 13 because there's a lot of toughness 12. Yeah. Plus, 10th edition has like a weird set of scaling in that some stuff that you expect to be higher strength and toughness isn't, and some stuff that you expect to be lower is higher, and it's just weird. That and AP values where it's like, oh yeah, the 20mm high explosive armor piercing ammo, nah, it's like AP 0 most of the time. But oh, this like tiny little, you know, oh, like an acolyte that has like a claw for an arm, that's AP 1. Or it's like auto cannons, like big as fuck auto cannon, you know, AP 1. And you're like, right, auto cannon, AP 1. Oops.
Rearming.
Yeah, like venom cannons, I know those.
Fresh magazine in. Remain resolute.
The Gaunts have some. The Gaunts have special stuff. They have tiny devourers, but they also have oh shit, come on, don't fail me now. Actually, I forget the Gaunt weapons. Because like they have the dual pistols that aren't in the game that I don't remember the name of.
Throwing frag grenade.
Flesh borers, thank you.
Weapons up. It is not dead.
I'm gonna auspex it as soon as the barrage is over. Oh, well, that was too quick.
Fatal blades.
Nice. Very good, everyone. GG. Yes, an excellent run. Didn't doubt us for a second. I'm welcome for the carry. Yes, thank you. Obviously. One mission away from your Bone Boy shield. Nah, what a shame. That is going to be the end of the stream for the day. I need to get all my shit together, prep for the new week, so yes. But that being said, it was wonderful to be here with you all today. Yeah, a really great stream. Hopefully everyone enjoyed themselves. It was fun playing. Yeah, absolutely. More than glad to. Especially as we get further and further on with less and less people playing, you know, the randoms and whatnot. I'm always happy to have people here. So yeah, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday after work, so 5 o'clock-ish Texas time. And then Saturdays and Sundays. That's the schedule that I've been trying to keep. And I've been working on a God of War Ragnarok playthrough, so you guys will probably see that a couple times this week as well. I need to kind of get that done before November, because November is big stuff. I did good. Nice stream. I did excellent. This is correct. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, and then we'll play whatever, you know, whatever it is I decide to play. But yeah, we'll definitely have more Space Marine to do because I have more weapons to get Relic, and then yeah, supposedly we're gonna have patch this month with new stuff in it, which is good. Take it easy. I will, of course, do my best to not work hard, as I always do. But like I said, you'll see me tomorrow. So until then, thank you all very much for watching, and have a good rest of your weekend.